Студия «Ардис» представляет аудиокниги. Лучшие произведения мировой литературы. Подробную информацию об аудиокнигах студии «Ардис» смотрите в интернете на сайте www.ardisbook.ru.
Classic American Short Stories. The Lightning Rod Man by Herman Melville. What grand irregular thunder, I thought, standing on my hearthstone among the Acroceraunian hills, as the scattered bolts boomed overhead and crashed down among the valleys, every bolt followed by zigzag iridations and swift slants of sharp rain, which audibly rang like a charge of spear bolts on my low-shingled roof. I suppose, though, that the mountains hereabouts break and churn up the thunder, so that it is far more glorious here than on the plain. Hark, someone at the door. Who is this that chooses a time of thunder for making calls? And why don't he, man-fashion, use the knocker instead of making that doleful undertaker's clatter with his fist against the hollow panel? But let him in. Ah, here he comes. Good day, sir. An entire stranger. Pray, be seated. What is that strange-looking walking stick he carries? A fine thunderstorm, sir. Fine? Awful. You are wet. Stand here on the hearth before the fire. Not for worlds. The stranger still stood in the exact middle of the cottage where he had first planted himself. His singularity impelled a closer scrutiny. A lean, gloomy figure, hair dark and lank, mattedly streaked over his brow. His sunken pitfalls of eyes were ringed by indigo halos, and played with an innocuous sort of lightning, the gleam without the bolt. The whole man was dripping. He stood in a puddle on the bare oak floor, his strange walking stick vertically resting at his side. It was a polished copper rod, 4 feet long, lengthwise attached to a neat wooden staff, by insertion into 2 balls of greenish glass ringed with copper bands. The metal rod terminated at the top tripod-wise in 3 keen tines, brightly gilt. He held the thing by the wooden part alone. Sir, I said, bowing politely, have I the honor of a visit from the illustrious god Jupiter Tonans? So stood he in the Greek statue of old, grasping the lightning bolt. If you be he, or his viceroy, I have to thank you for the noble storm you have brewed among our mountains. Listen, that was a glorious peal. Ah, to the lover of the majestic, it is a good thing to have the thunder himself in one's cottage. The thunder grows finer for that. But pray be seated. This old rush-bottom armchair, I grant, is a poor substitute for your evergreen throne on Olympus, but condescend to be seated. While I thus pleasantly spoke, the stranger eyed me, half in wonder and half in a strange sort of horror, but did not move a foot. Do, sir, be seated. You need to be dried ere going forth again. I planted the chair invitingly on the broad hearth, where a little fire had been kindled that afternoon to dissipate the dampness, not the cold, for it was early in the month of September. But without heeding my solicitation, and still standing in the middle of the floor, the stranger gazed at me portentously and spoke. Sir, said he, excuse me, but instead of my accepting your invitation to be seated on the hearth there, I solemnly warn you that you had best accept mine and stand with me in the middle of the room. "Good heavens!" he cried, starting. "There's another of those awful crashes. I warn you, sir, quit the hearth." "Mr. Jupiter Tonans," I said, quietly rolling my body on the stone, "I stand very well here." "Are you so horridly ignorant, then," he cried, "as not to know that by far the most dangerous part of the house during such a terrific tempest as this is the fireplace?" Nay, I did not know that, involuntarily stepping upon the first board next to the stone. The stranger now assumed such an unpleasant air of successful admonition that, quite involuntarily again, I stepped back upon the hearth and threw myself into the erectest, proudest posture I could command. But I said nothing. "For heaven's sake," he cried, with a strange mixture of alarm and intimidation, "for heaven's sake, get off the hearth. Know you not that the heated air and soot are conductors, to say nothing of those immense iron fire dogs? Quit the spot, I conjure, I command you." "Mr. Jupiter Tonans, I am not accustomed to be commanded in my own house. Call me not that pagan name. You are profane in this time of terror. Sir, will you be so good as to tell me your business? If you seek shelter from the storm, you are welcome, as long as you be civil. But if you come on business, open it forthwith. Who are you?" "I am a dealer of lightning rods," said the stranger, softening his tone. "My special business is— Merciful heavens, what a crash! Have you ever been struck, your premises, I mean? No? It's best to be provided," significantly rattling his metallic staff on the floor. "By nature, there are no castles in thunderstorms. Yet say the word, and this cottage I can make a Gibraltar by a few waves of this wand. Hark, what Himalayas of concussions!" You interrupted yourself. Your special business you were about to speak of. "My special business is to travel the country for orders of lightning rods. This is my specimen rod," tapping his staff. "I have the best of references," fumbling in his pockets. "In Criggan last month, I put up 23 rods on only 5 buildings. Let me see. Was it not at Criggan last week, about midnight on Saturday, that the steeple, the big elm, and the assembly room cupola were struck? Any of your rods there?" "Not on the tree in the cupola, but the steeple." "Of what use is your rod, then?" "Of life and death use. But my workman was heedless. In fitting the rod at top the steeple, he allowed a part of the metal to graze the tin sheeting, hence the accident. Not my fault, but his. Hark!" "Never mind. That clap burst quite loud enough to be heard without finger-pointing. Did you hear of the event at Montreal last year? A servant girl struck at her bedside with a rosary in her hand, the beads being metal. Does your beat extend into the Canadas? No. And I hear that there iron rods are only in use. They should have mine, which are copper. Iron is easily fused. Then they draw out the rod so slender that it has not body enough to conduct the full electric current. The metal melts, the building is destroyed. My copper rods never act so. Those Canadians are fools. Some of them knob the rod at the top, which risks a deadly explosion, instead of imperceptibly carrying down the current into the earth, as this sort of rod does. Mine is the only true rod. Look at it. Only $1 a foot. This abuse of your own calling in another might make one distrustful with respect to yourself. Hark! The thunder becomes less muttering. It is nearing us, and nearing the earth too. Hark! One crammed crash. All the vibrations made one by nearness. Another flash. Hold! What do you? I said, seeing him now instantaneously relinquishing his staff, lean intently forward toward the window, with his right fore and middle fingers on his left wrist. But ere the words had well escaped me, another exclamation escaped him. Crash! Only 3 pulses, less than a third of a mile off, yonder somewhere in that wood. I passed 3 stricken oaks there, ripped out new and glittering. The oak draws lightning more than other timber, having iron in solution in its sap. Your floor here seems oak. Heart of oak. From the particular time of your call upon me, I suppose you purposely select stormy weather for your journeys. When the thunder is roaring, you deem it an hour peculiarly favorable for producing impressions favorable to your trade. Hark! Awful! For one who would arm others with fearlessness, you seem unbeseemingly timorous yourself. Common men choose fair weather for their travels. You choose thunderstorms, and yet that I travel in thunderstorms I grant, but not without particular precautions, such as only a lightning rod. That I travel in thunderstorms I grant, but not without particular precautions, such as only a lightning rod man may know. Hark! Quick, look at my specimen rod. Only $1 a foot. A very fine rod, I dare say. But what are these particular precautions of yours? Yet first, let me close yonder shutters. The slanting rain is beating through the sash. I will bar up. Are you mad? Know you not that yon iron bar is a swift conductor? Desist. I will simply close the shutters then, and call my boy to bring me a wooden bar. Pray, touch the bell pull there. Are you frantic? The bell wire might blast you. Never touch bell wire in a thunderstorm, nor ring a bell of any sort. Nor those in belfries? Pray, will you tell me where and how one may be safe in a time like this? Is there any part of my house I may touch with hope of my life? There is, but not where you stand. Come away from the wall. The current will sometimes run down a wall, and a man being a better conductor than a wall, it would leave the wall and run into him. Swoop! That must have fallen very nigh. That must have been globular lightning. Very probably. Tell me at once, which is, in your opinion, the safest part of this house? This room, and this one spot in it where I stand. Come hither. The reasons first. Hark! After the flash, the gust, the sashes shiver, the house, come hither to me. The reasons, if you please. Come hither to me. Thank you again. I think I will try my old stand, the hearth. And now, Mr. Lightning Rod Man, in the pauses of the thunder, be so good as to tell me your reasons for esteeming this one room of the house the safest, and your own one standpoint there the safest spot in it. There was now a little cessation of the storm for a while. The lightning rod man seemed relieved and replied, Your house is a one-storied house with an attic and a cellar. This room is between. Hence, it is comparatively safe. Because lightning sometimes passes from the clouds to the earth, and sometimes from the earth to the clouds. Do you comprehend? And I choose the middle of the room, because if the lightning should strike the house at all, it would come down the chimney or walls. So obviously, the further you are from them, the better. Come hither to me now. Presently. Something you just said, instead of alarming me, has strangely inspired my confidence. What have I said? You said that sometimes lightning flashes from the earth to the clouds. I, the returning stroke, as it is called, when the earth, being overcharged with the fluid, flashes its surplus upward. The returning stroke, that is, from earth to sky, better and better. But come here on the hearth and dry yourself. I am better here and better wet. How? It is the safest thing you can do, hark again, to get yourself thoroughly drenched in a thunderstorm. Wet clothes are better conductors than the body, and so, if the lightning strike, it might pass down the wet clothes without touching the body. The storm deepens again. Have you a rug in the house? Rugs are non-conductors. Get one, that I may stand on it here, and you too. The skies blacken. It is dusk at noon. Hark! The rug! The rug! I gave him one, while the hooded mountains seemed closing and tumbling into the cottage. And now, since our being dumb will not help us, I said, resuming my place, let me hear your precautions in traveling during thunderstorms. Wait till this one is past. Nay, proceed with the precautions. You stand in the safest possible place according to your own account. Go on. Briefly then, I avoid pine trees, high houses, lonely barns, upland pastures, running water, flocks of cattle and sheep, a crowd of men. If I travel on foot, as today, I do not walk fast. If in a buggy, I touch not its back or sides. If on horseback, I dismount and lead the horse. But of all things, I avoid tall men. Do I dream? Man avoid man, and in danger time too. Tall men in a thunderstorm I avoid. Are you so grossly ignorant as not to know that the height of a 6-footer is sufficient to discharge an electric cloud upon him? Are not lonely Kentuckians, plowing, smit in the unfinished furrow? Nay, if the 6-footer stand by running water, the cloud will sometimes select him as its conductor to the running water. Hark! Sure yon black pinnacle is split. Yes, a man is a good conductor. The lightning goes through and through a man, but it only peels a tree. But, sir, you have kept me so long answering your questions, and I have not yet come to business. Will you order one of my rods? Look at this specimen one. See, it is of the best copper. Copper's the best conductor. Your house is low, but being upon the mountains, the lowness does not one whit depress it. You mountaineers are most exposed. In mountainous countries, the lightning rod man should have most business. Look at the specimen, sir. One rod will answer for a house so small as this. Look over these recommendations. Only one rod, sir. Costs only $20. Hark! There go all the granite taconics and hoosics dashed together like pebbles. By the sound, that must have struck something. An elevation of 5 feet above the house will protect 20 feet radius all about the rod. Only $20, sir, $1 a foot. Hark! Dreadful! Will you order? Will you buy? Shall I put down your name? Think of being a heap of charred offal, like the haltered horse burning his stall, and all in one flash. You pretended envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary to and from Jupiter Tonans, laughed I. You mere man who come here to put you and your pipe stem between clay and sky, do you think that because you can strike a bit of green light from the Leyden jar that you can thoroughly avert the supernatural bolt? Your rod rusts or breaks, and where are you? Who has empowered you, you Tetzel, to peddle around your indulgences from divine ordinations? The hairs on our heads are numbered, and the days of our lives. In thunder as in sunshine, I stand at ease in the hands of my God. False negotiator, away! See, the scroll of the storm is rolled back. The house is unharmed, and in the blue heavens I read in the rainbow that the deity will not of purpose make war on man's earth. Impious wretch, foamed the stranger, blackened in the face as the rainbow beamed. I will publish your infidel notions. The scowl grew blacker on his face. The indigo circles enlarged round his eyes as the stormings round the midnight moon. He sprang upon me, his triforked thing at my heart. I seized it, I snapped it, I dashed it, I trod it, and dragging the dark lightning king out of my door, flung his elbowed copper scepter after him. In spite of my treatment, and in spite of my dissuasive talk of him to my neighbors, the lightning rod man still dwells in the land, still travels in storm time, and drives a brave trade with the fears of man. Miggles by Frances Brett Hart. We were 8, including the driver. We had not spoken during the passage of the last 6 miles, since the jolting of the heavy vehicle over the roughening road had spoiled the judge's last poetical quotation. The tall man beside the judge was asleep, his arm passed through the swaying strap and his head resting upon it, altogether a limp, helpless-looking object, as if he had hanged himself and been cut down too late. The French lady on the back seat was asleep too, yet in a half-conscious propriety of attitude, shown even in the disposition of her handkerchief, which she held to her forehead and which partially veiled her face. The lady from Virginia City, traveling with her husband, had long since lost all individuality in a wild confusion of ribbons, veils, furs, and shawls. There was no sound but the rattling of wheels and the dash of rain upon the roof. Suddenly, the stage stopped, and we became dimly aware of voices. The driver was evidently in the midst of an exciting colloquy with someone in the road, a colloquy of which such fragments as "bridge gone," "20 feet of water," "can't pass," were occasionally distinguishable above the storm. Then came a lull, and a mysterious voice from the road shouted the parting adjuration, "Try Miggles's." We caught a glimpse of our leaders as the vehicle slowly turned, of a horseman vanishing through the rain, and we were evidently on our way to Miggles's. Who and where was Miggles? The judge, our authority, did not remember the name, and he knew the country thoroughly. The Washoe traveler thought Miggles must keep a hotel. We only knew that we were stopped by high water in front and rear, and that Miggles was our rock of refuge. A 10-minute splashing through a tangled by-road, scarcely wide enough for the stage, and we drew up before a barred and boarded gate in a wide stone wall of fence about 8 feet high. Evidently Miggles's, and evidently Miggles did not keep a hotel. The driver got down and tried the gate. It was securely locked. "Miggles! Oh, Miggles!" No answer. "Miggles! You, Miggles!" continued the driver with rising wrath. "Migglesy!" joined the expressman persuasively. "Oh, Miggy! Mig!" But no reply came from the apparently insensate Miggles. The judge, who had finally got the window down, put his head out and propounded a series of questions, which, if answered categorically, would have undoubtedly elucidated the whole mystery, but which the driver evaded by replying that if he didn't want to sit in the coach all night, he'd better rise up and sing out for Miggles. So we rose up and called on Miggles in chorus, then separately, and when we had finished, a Hibernian fellow passenger from the roof called out, "Meagles!" whereat we all laughed. While we were laughing, the driver cried, "Shoo!" We listened. To our infinite amazement, the chorus of Miggles was repeated from the other side of the wall, even to the final and supplemental Meagles. "Extraordinary echo," said the judge. "Extraordinary damn skunk," roared the driver contemptuously. "Come out of that, Miggles, and show yourself. Be a man, Miggles. Don't hide in the dark. I wouldn't if I were you, Miggles," continued Yuba Bill, now dancing about in an excess of fury. "Miggles," continued the voice. "Oh, Miggles!" "My good man, Mr. Miggle," said the judge, softening the asperities of the name as much as possible. "Consider the inhospitality of refusing shelter from the inclemency of the weather to helpless females. Really, my dear sir." But a succession of Miggles, ending in a burst of laughter, drowned his voice. Yuba Bill hesitated no longer. Taking a heavy stone from the road, he battered down the gate and with the expressman entered the enclosure. We followed. Nobody was to be seen. In the gathering darkness, all that we could distinguish was that we were in a garden, from the rose bushes that scattered over us a minute spray from the dripping leaves, and before a long, rambling wooden building. "Do you know this, Miggles?" asked the judge of Yuba Bill. "No, nor don't want to," said Bill, shortly, who felt the Pioneer Stage Company insulted in his person by the contumacious Miggles. "But, my dear sir," expostulated the judge as he thought of the barred gate. "Looky here," said Yuba Bill with fine irony. "Hadn't you better go back and sit in the coach till you're introduced? I'm going in," and he pushed open the door of the building. A long room lighted only by the embers of a fire that was dying on the large hearth at its farther extremity. The walls curiously papered, and the flickering firelight bringing out its grotesque pattern. Somebody sitting in a large armchair by the fireplace. All this we saw as we crowded together into the room, after the driver and expressman. "Hello! Be you Miggles?" said Yuba Bill to the solitary occupant. The figure neither spoke nor stirred. Yuba Bill walked wrathfully toward it and turned the eye of the coach lantern upon its face. It was a man's face, prematurely old and wrinkled, with very large eyes, in which there was that expression of perfectly gratuitous solemnity which I had sometimes seen in an owl's. The large eyes wandered from Bill's face to the lantern, and finally fixed their gaze on that luminous object without further recognition. Bill restrained himself with an effort. "Miggles, be you deaf? You ain't dumb anyhow, you know." And Yuba Bill shook the insensate figure by the shoulder. To our great dismay, as Bill removed his hand, the venerable stranger apparently collapsed, sinking into half his size and an indistinguishable heap of clothing. "Well, dern my skin," said Bill, looking appealingly at us, and hopelessly retiring from the contest. The judge now stepped forward, and we lift the mysterious invertebrate back into his original position. Bill was dismissed with the lantern to reconnoiter outside, for it was evident that from the helplessness of this solitary man there must be attendants near at hand, and we all drew around the fire. The judge, who had regained his authority and had never lost his conversational amiability, standing before us with his back to the hearth, charged us, as an imaginary jury, as follows. It is evident that either our distinguished friend here has reached that condition described by Shakespeare as the sire of Yellow Leaf, or has suffered some premature abatement of his mental and physical faculties. Whether he is really the Miggles. Here he was interrupted by, "Miggles! Oh, Miggles! Migglesy! Mig!" And in fact the whole chorus of Miggles in very much the same key as it had once before been delivered unto us. We gazed at each other for a moment in some alarm. The judge in particular vacated his position quickly, as the voice seemed to come directly over his shoulder. The cause, however, was soon discovered in a large magpie, who had perched upon a shelf over the fireplace and who immediately relapsed into a sepulchral silence which contrasted singularly with his previous volubility. It was undoubtedly his voice which we heard in the road, and our friend in the chair was not responsible for the discourtesy. Yuba Bill, who re-entered the room after an unsuccessful search, was loath to accept the explanation, and still eyed the helpless sitter with suspicion. He had found a shed in which he had put his horses, but he came back dripping and skeptical. "That ain't nobody but him within 10 mile of this shanty, and that 'ar damned old she-six knows it." But the faith of the majority proved to be securely based. Bill had scarcely ceased growling before we heard a quick step upon the porch, the trailing of a wet skirt, the door was flung open, and with a flash of white teeth, a sparkle of dark eyes, and an utter absence of ceremony or diffidence, a young woman entered, shut the door, and, panting, leaned against it. "Oh, if you please, I'm Miggles." And this was Miggles, this bright-eyed, full-throated young woman whose wet gown of coarse blue stuff could not hide the beauty of the feminine curves to which it clung. From the chestnut crown of whose head, topped by a man's oilskin sou'wester, to the little feet and ankles, hidden somewhere in the recesses of her boy's brogans, all was grace. This was Miggles, laughing at us, too, in the most airy, frank, off-hand manner imaginable. "You see, boys," said she, quite out of breath, and holding one little hand against her side, quite unheeding the speechless discomfort of our party, or the complete demoralization of Yuba Bill, whose features had relaxed into an expression of gratuitous and imbecile cheerfulness. "You see, boys, I was more'n 2 miles away when you passed down the road. I thought you might pull up here, and so I ran the whole way, knowing nobody was home but Jim, and I'm out of breath, and that lets me out." And here Miggles caught her dripping oilskin hat from her head with a mischievous swirl and scattered a shower of raindrops over us, attempted to put back her hair, dropped 2 hairpins in the attempt, laughed, and sat down beside Yuba Bill with her hands crossed lightly on her lap. The judge recovered himself first and essayed an extravagant compliment. "I'll trouble you for that hairpin," said Miggles gravely. Half a dozen hands were eagerly stretched forward, the missing hairpin was restored to its fair owner, and Miggles, crossing the room, looked keenly at the face of the invalid. The solemn eyes looked back at hers with an expression we had never seen before. Life and intelligence seemed to struggle back into the rugged face. Miggles laughed again, and it was a singularly eloquent laugh, and turned her black eyes and white teeth once more toward us. "This afflicted person is," hesitated the judge. "Jim," said Miggles. "Your father?" "No." "Brother?" "No." "Husband?" Miggles darted a quick, half-defiant glance at the 2 lady passengers, who I had noticed did not participate in the general masculine admiration of Miggles, and said gravely, "No, it's Jim." There was an awkward pause. The lady passengers moved closer to each other. The Washoe husband looked abstractly at the fire, and the tall man apparently turned his eyes inward for self-support at this emergency. But Miggles' laugh, which was very infectious, broke the silence. "Come," she said briskly, "you must be hungry. Who'll bear a hand to help me get tea?" She had no lack of volunteers. In a few moments, Yuba Bill was engaged like Caliban in bearing logs for his Miranda. The expressman was grinding coffee on the veranda. To myself, the arduous duty of slicing bacon was assigned, and the judge lent each man his good-humored and voluble counsel. And when Miggles, assisted by the judge and our Hibernian deck passenger, set the table with all the available crockery, we had become quite joyous, in spite of the rain that beat against windows, the wind that whirled down the chimney, the two ladies who whispered together in the corner, or the magpie who uttered a satirical and croaking commentary on their conversation from his perch above. In the now bright, blazing fire, we could see that the walls were papered with illustrated journals, arranged with feminine taste and discrimination. The furniture was extemporized and adapted from candle boxes and packing cases, and covered with gay calico or the skin of some animal. The armchair of the helpless Jim was an ingenious variation of a flour barrel. There was neatness and even a taste for the picturesque to be seen in the few details of the long, low room. The meal was a culinary success, but more, it was a social triumph, chiefly, I think, owing to the rare tact of Miggles in guiding our conversation, asking all the questions herself, yet bearing throughout a frankness that rejected the idea of any concealment on her own part, so that we talked of ourselves, of our prospects, of our journey, of the weather, of each other, of everything but our host and hostess. It must be confessed that Miggles' conversation was never elegant, rarely grammatical, and that at times she employed expletives, the use of which had generally been yielded to our sex. But they were delivered with such a lighting up of teeth and eyes, and were usually followed by a laugh peculiar to Miggles, so frank and honest that it seemed to clear the moral atmosphere. Once during the meal we heard a noise like the rubbing of a heavy body against the outer walls of the house. This was shortly followed by a scratching and sniffling at the door. "That's Joaquin," said Miggles, in reply to our questioning glances. "Would you like to see him?" Before we could answer, she had opened the door and disclosed a half-grown grizzly, who instantly raised himself on his haunches, with his forepaws hanging down in the popular attitude of mendicancy, and looked admiringly at Miggles, with a very singular resemblance in his manner to Yuba Bill. "That's my watchdog," said Miggles, in explanation. "Oh, he don't bite," she added as the two lady passengers fluttered into the corner. "Does he, old Toppy?" The latter remark being addressed directly to the sagacious Joaquin. "I tell you what, boys," continued Miggles, after she had fed and closed the door on Ursa Minor, "you were in big luck when Joaquin wasn't hanging around when you dropped in tonight." "Where was he?" asked the judge. "With me," said Miggles. "Lord love you, he trots around with me nights like as if he was a man." We were silent for a few moments and listened to the wind. Perhaps we all had the same picture before us, of Miggles walking through the rainy woods with her savage guardian at her side. The judge, I remember, said something about Una and her lion, but Miggles received it as she did other compliments, with quiet gravity. Whether she was altogether unconscious of the admiration she excited, she could hardly have been oblivious to Yuba Bill's adoration, I know not, but her very frankness suggested a perfect sexual equality that was cruelly humiliating to the younger members of our party. The incident of the bear did not add anything in Miggles' favor to the opinion of those of her own sex who were present. In fact, the repast over, a chillness radiated from the two lady passengers that no pine brought in by Yuba Bill and cast as a sacrifice upon the hearth could wholly overcome. Miggles felt it, and suddenly declaring that it was time to turn in, offered to show the ladies to their bed in the adjoining room. "You boys will have to camp out here by the fire as well as you can," she added, "for there ain't but one room here." Our sex, by which, my dear sir, I allude of course to the stronger portion of humanity, has been generally relieved from the imputation of curiosity or a fondness for gossip. Yet I am constrained to say that hardly had the door closed on Miggles than we crowded together whispering, snickering, smiling, and exchanging suspicious surmises and 1,000 speculations in regard to our pretty hostess and her singular companion. I fear that we even hustled that imbecile paralytic who sat like a voiceless Memnon in our midst, gazing with the serene indifference of the past in his passionate eyes upon our wordy counsels. In the midst of our exciting discussion, the door opened again, and Miggles re-entered. But not apparently the same Miggles who a few hours before had flashed upon us. Her eyes were downcast, and as she hesitated for a moment on the threshold with a blanket on her arm, she seemed to have left behind her the frank fearlessness which had charmed us a moment before. Coming into the room, she drew a low stool beside the paralytic's chair, sat down, drew the blanket over her shoulders, and saying, "If it's all the same to you boys, as we're rather crowded, I'll stop here tonight," took the invalid's withered hand in her own, and turned her eyes upon the dying fire. An instinctive feeling that this was only premonitory to more confidential relations, and perhaps some shame at our previous curiosity, kept us silent. The rain still beat upon the roof. Wandering gusts of wind stirred the embers upon the momentary brightness until, in a lull of the elements, Miggles suddenly lifted up her head, and throwing her hair over her shoulder, turned her face upon the group and asked, "Is there any of you that knows me?" There was no reply. "Think again. I lived at Marysville in '53. Everybody knew me there, and everybody had the right to know me. I kept the Polka Salon until I came to live with Jim. That's 6 years ago. Perhaps I've changed some." The absence of recognition may have disconcerted her. She turned her head to the fire again, and it was some seconds before she again spoke, and then more rapidly. "Well, you see, I thought some of you must have known me. There's no great harm done, anyway. What I was going to say was this. Jim here," she took his hand in both of hers as she spoke, "used to know me, if you didn't, and spent a heap of money upon me. I reckon he spent all he had. And one day, it's 6 years ago this winter, Jim came into my back room, sat down on the sofa, like as you see him in this chair, and never moved again without help. He was struck all of a heap and never seemed to know what ailed him. The doctors came and said as how it was caused all along of his way of life, for Jim was mighty free and wild-like, and that he would never get better and couldn't last long anyway. They advised me to send him to Frisco to the hospital, for he was no good to anyone and would be a baby all his life. Perhaps it was something in Jim's eyes. Perhaps it was that I never had a baby, but I said no. I was rich then, for I was popular with everybody, Gentlemen like yourself, sir, came to see me, and I sold out my business and bought this your place because it was sort of out of the way of travel, you see, and I brought my baby here." With the woman's intuitive tact and poetry, she had, as she spoke, slowly shifted her position so as to bring the mute figure of the ruined man between her and her audience, hiding in the shadow behind it, as if she offered it as a tacit apology for her actions. Silent and expressionless, it yet spoke for her. Helpless, crushed, and smitten with the divine thunderbolt, it still stretched an invisible arm around her. Hidden in the darkness, but still holding his hand, she went on. "It was a long time before I could get the hang of things about yer, for I was used to company and excitement. I couldn't get any woman to help me, and a man I dursn't trust. But what with the Indians hereabout, who'd do odd jobs for me, and having everything sent from the North folk, Jim and I managed to worry through. The doctor would run up from Sacramento once in a while. He'd ask to see Miggles' baby, as he called Jim. And then he'd go away. He'd say, 'Miggles, you're a trump, God bless you.' And it didn't seem so lonely after that. But the last time he was here, he said, as he opened the door to go, 'Do you know, Miggles, your baby will grow up to be a man yet and honor his mother. But not here, Miggles, not here.' And I thought he went away sad and here Miggles' voice and head were somehow both lost completely in the shadow. "The folks hereabout are very kind," said Miggles, after a pause, coming a little into the light again. "The men from the Fork used to hang around here until they found they wasn't wanted. And the women are kind and don't call. I was pretty lonely until I picked up Joaquin in the woods yonder one day, when he wasn't so high, and taught him to beg for his dinner. And then there's Polly, that's the magpie. She knows no end of tricks and makes it quite sociable in evenings with her talk. And so I don't feel like as I was the only living being about the ranch. And Jim here," said Miggles, with her old laugh again, and coming out quite into the firelight. "Jim, why, boys, you would admire to see how much he knows for a man like him. Sometimes I bring him flowers, and he looks at 'em just as natural as if he knew 'em. And times, when we're sitting alone, I read him those things on the wall. Why, Lord," said Miggles, with her frank laugh, "I've read him that whole side of the house this winter. There never was such a man for reading as Jim." "Why," asked the judge, "do you not marry this man to whom you have devoted your youthful life?" "Well, you see," said Miggles, "it would be playing it rather low down on Jim to take advantage of his being so helpless. And then, too, if we were man and wife now, we'd both know that I was bound to do what I do now of my own accord." "But you're young and yet attractive." "It's getting late," said Miggles gravely, "and you'd better all turn in. Good night, boys." And throwing the blanket over her head, Miggles laid herself down beside Jim's chair, her head pillowed on the low stool that held his feet, and spoke no more. The fire slowly faded from the hearth. We each sought our blankets in silence, and presently there was no sound in the long room but the pattern of the rain upon the roof and the heavy breathing of the sleepers. It was nearly morning when I awoke from a troubled dream. The storm had passed, the stars were shining, and through the shutterless window the full moon, lifting itself over the solemn pines without, looked into the room. It touched the lonely figure in the chair with an infinite compassion, and seemed to baptize with a shining flood the lowly head of the woman whose hair, as in the sweet old story, bathed the feet of him she loved. It even lent a kindly poetry to the rugged outline of Yuba Bill, half reclining on his elbow between them and his passengers, with savagely patient eyes keeping watch and ward. And then I fell asleep and only woke up at broad daylight, with Yuba Bill standing over me and "All aboard!" ringing in my ears. Coffee was waiting for us on the table, but Miggles was gone. We wandered about the house and lingered long after the horses were harnessed, but she did not return. It was evident that she wished to avoid a formal leave-taking, and had so left us to depart as we had come. After we had helped the ladies into the coach, we returned to the house and solemnly shook hands with the paralytic Jim, as solemnly settling him back into position after each handshake. Then we looked for the last time around the long, low room, at the stool where Miggles had sat, and slowly took our seats in the waiting coach. The whip cracked, and we were off. But as we reached the high road, Bill's dexterous hand laid the horses back on their haunches, and the stage stopped with a jerk. For there, on a little eminence beside the road, stood Miggles, her hair flying, her eyes sparkling, her white handkerchief waving, and her white teeth flashing a last goodbye. We waved our hats in return, and then Yuba Bill, as if fearful of further fascination, madly lashed his horses forward, and we sank back in our seats. We exchanged not a word until we reached the North Fork and the stage drew up at the Independence Hall. Then, the judge leading, we walked into the bar room and took our places gravely at the bar. "Are your glasses charged, gentlemen?" said the judge, solemnly taking off his white hat. They were. "Well then, here's to Miggles. God bless her." Perhaps he had. Who knows? The Famous Gilson Bequest by Ambrose Bierce. It was rough on Gilson. Such was the terse, cold, but not altogether unsympathetic judgment of the better public opinion of Mammon Hill, the dictum of respectability. The verdict of the opposite, or rather the opposing element, the element that lurked red-eyed and restless about Molly Gurney's deadfall, while respectability took it with sugar at Mr. Joe Bentley's gorgeous saloon, was to pretty much the same general effect, though somewhat more ornately expressed by the use of picturesque expletives, which it is needless to quote. Virtually, Mammon Hill was a unit on the Gilson question. It must be confessed that in a merely temporal sense all was not well with Mr. Gilson. He had that morning been led into town by Mr. Brentshaw and publicly charged with horse stealing. The sheriff, meantime, busying himself with a tree and with a new manila rope, and Carpenter Pete being actively employed between drinks upon a pine box about the length and breadth of Mr. Gilson. Society having rendered its verdict, there remained between Gilson and eternity only the decent formality of a trial. These are the short and simple annals of the prisoner. He had recently been a resident of New Jerusalem, on the North Fork of the Little Stony, but he had come to the newly discovered places of Mammon Hill immediately before the rush, by which the former place was depopulated. The discovery of the new diggings had occurred opportunely for Mr. Gilson, for it had only just before been intimated to him by a New Jerusalem Vigilance Committee that it would better his prospects in and for life to go somewhere, and the list of places to which he could safely go did not include any of the older camps. so he naturally established himself at Mammon Hill. Being eventually followed thither by all his judges, he ordered his conduct with considerable circumspection, but as he has never been known to do an honest day's work at any industry sanctioned by the stern local code of morality except draw poker, he was still an object of suspicion. Indeed, it was conjectured that he was the author of many daring depredations that had recently been committed with pan and brush on the sluice boxes. Prominent among those in whom this suspicion had ripened into a steadfast conviction was Mr. Brentshaw. At all seasonable and unseasonable times, Mr. Brentshaw avowed his belief in Mr. Gilson's connection with these unholy midnight enterprises, and his own willingness to prepare a way for the solar beams through the body of anyone who might think it expedient to utter a different opinion, which, in his presence, no one was more careful not to do than the peace-loving person most concerned. Whatever may have been the truth of the matter, it is certain that Gilson frequently lost more clean dust at Joe Bentley's faro table than it was recorded in local history that he had ever honestly earned at draw poker in all of the days of the camp's existence. But at last Mr. Bentley, fearing it may be to lose the more profitable patronage of Mr. Brentshaw, peremptorily refused to let Gilson copper the queen, intimating at the same time in his frank, forthright way that the privilege of losing money at this bank was a blessing appertaining to, proceeding logically from, and coterminous with a condition of notorious commercial righteousness and social good repute. The Hill thought it high time to look after a person whom its most honored citizen had felt it his duty to rebuke at a considerable personal sacrifice. The New Jerusalem contingent, particularly, began to abate something of the toleration begotten of amusement at their own blunder in exiling the objectionable neighbor from the place which they had left to the place whither they had come. Mammon Hill was at last of one mind. Not much was said, but that Gilson must hang was in the air. But at this critical juncture in his affairs, he showed signs of an altered life, if not a changed hearth. Perhaps it was only that, the bank being closed against him, he had no further use for gold dust. Anyhow, the sluice boxes were molested no more forever. But it was impossible to repress the abounding energies of such a nature as his, and he continued, possibly from habit, the tortuous courses which he had pursued for profit of Mr. Bentley. After a few tentative and resultless undertakings in the way of highway robbery, if one may venture to designate road agency by so harsh a name, he made one or two modest essays in horse herding, and it was in the midst of a promising enterprise of this character, and just as he had taken the tide in his affairs at its flood, that he made shipwreck. For on a misty, moonlit night, Mr. Brentshaw rode up alongside a person who was evidently leaving that part of the country, laid a hand upon the halter connecting Mr. Gilson's wrist with Mr. Harper's bay mare, tapped him familiarly on the cheek with the barrel of a Navy revolver, and requested the pleasure of his company in a direction opposite to that which he was traveling. It was indeed rough on Gilson. On the morning after his arrest, he was tried, convicted, and sentenced. It only remains, so far as concerns his earthly career, to hang him, reserving for more particular mention his last will and testament, which, with great labor, he contrived in prison, and in which, probably from some confused and imperfect notion of the rights of captors, he bequeathed everything he owned to his lawful executor, Mr. Brentshaw. The bequest, however, was made conditional on the legatee taking the testator's body from the tree and planting it in white. So Mr. Gilson was, I was about to say swung off, but I fear there has been already something too much of slang in this straightforward statement of facts. Besides, the manner in which the law took its course is more accurately described in the terms employed by the judge in passing sentence. Mr. Gilson was strung up. In due season, Mr. Brentshaw, somewhat touched it may well be by the empty compliment of the bequest, repaired to the tree to pluck the fruit thereof. When taken down, the body was found to have in its waistcoat pocket a duly attested codicil of the will already noted. The nature of its provision accounted for the manner in which it had been withheld, for had Mr. Brentshaw previously been made aware of the conditions under which he was to succeed to the Gilson estate, he would indubitably have declined the responsibility. Briefly stated, the purport of the codicil was as follows: whereas, at diverse times and in sundry places, certain persons had asserted that during his life the testator had robbed their sluice boxes. Therefore, if during the 5 years next succeeding the date of the instrument any one should make proof of such assertion before a court of law, such person was to receive as reparation the entire personal and real estate of which the testator died seized and possessed, minus the expenses of the court and a stated compensation to the executor, Henry Clay Brentshaw, provided that if more than one person made such proof, the estate was to be equally divided between or among them. But in case none should succeed in so establishing the testator's guilt, then the whole property, minus court expenses, as aforesaid, should go to the said Henry Clay Brentshaw for his own use, as stated in the will. The syntax of this remarkable document was perhaps open to critical objection, but that was clearly enough the meaning of it. The orthography conformed to no recognized system, but being mainly phonetic, it was not ambiguous. As the probate judge remarked, it would take 5 aces to beat it. Mr. Brentshaw smiled good-humoredly, and after performing the last rites with amusing ostentation, had himself duly sworn as executor and conditional legatee under the provisions of a law hastily passed, at the instance of the member of the Mammon Hill District, by a facetious legislature, which law was afterward discovered to have created also 3 or 4 lucrative offices and authorized the expenditure of a considerable sum of public money for the construction of a certain railway bridge that with greater advantage might perhaps have been erected on the line of some actual railway. Of course, Mr. Brentshaw expected neither profit from the will nor litigation in consequence of its unusual provision. Gilson, although frequently flush, had been a man whom assessors and tax collectors were well satisfied to lose no money by, but a careless and merely formal search among his papers revealed title deeds to valuable estates in the East and certificates of deposit for incredible sums in banks less severely scrupulous than that of Mr. Joe Bentley. The astounding news got abroad directly, throwing the Hill into a fever of excitement. The Mammon Hill Patriot, whose editor had been a leading spirit in the proceedings that resulted in Gilson's departure from New Jerusalem, published a most complimentary obituary notice of the deceased, and was good enough to call attention to the fact that his degraded contemporary, the Squaw Gulch Clarion, was bringing virtue into contempt by beslavering with flattery the memory of one who in life had spurned the vil sheet as a nuisance from his door. Undeterred by the press, however, claimants under the will were not slow in presenting themselves with their evidence, and great as was the Gilson estate, it appeared conspicuously paltry considering the vast number of sluice boxes from which it was averred to have been obtained. The country rose as one man. Mr. Brentshaw was equal to the emergency. With a shrewd application of humble auxiliary devices, he at once erected above the bones of his benefactor a costly monument, overtopping every rough headboard in the cemetery, and on this he judiciously caused to be inscribed an epitaph of his own composing, eulogizing the honest public spirit and cognate virtues of him who slept beneath. A victim of the unjust aspersion of slander's viper brood. Moreover, he employed the best legal talent in the territory to defend the memory of his departed friend, and for 5 long years the territorial courts were occupied with litigation growing out of the Gilson bequest. To fine forensic abilities, Mr. Brentshaw opposed abilities more finely forensic. In bidding for purchasable favors, he offered prices which utterly deranged the market. The judges found at his hospitable board entertainment for man and beast, the like of which had never been spread in the territory. With mendacious witnesses, he confronted witnesses of superior mendacity. Nor was the battle confined to the temple of the blind goddess. It invaded the press, the pulpit, the drawing room. It raged in the mart, the exchange, the school, in the gulches and on the street corners. And upon the last day of the memorable period to which legal action under the Gilson will was limited, the sun went down upon a region in which the moral sense was dead, the social conscience callous, the intellectual capacity dwarfed, enfeebled, and confused. But Mr. Brentshaw was victorious all along the line. On that night it so happened that the cemetery in one corner of which lay the now honored ashes of the late Milton Gilson Esquire was partly under water. Swollen by incessant rains, Cat Creek had spilled over its banks an angry flood, which, after scooping out unsightly hollows wherever the soil had been disturbed, had partly subsided as if ashamed of the sacrilege, leaving exposed much that had been piously concealed. Even the famous Gilson monument, the pride and glory of Mammon Hill, was no longer a standing rebuke to the viper brood. Succumbing to the sapping current, it had toppled prone to earth. The ghoulish flood had exhumed the poor, decayed pine coffin, which now lay half exposed, in pitiful contrast to the pompous monolith which, like a giant note of admiration, emphasized the disclosure. To this depressing spot, drawn by some subtle influence he had sought neither to resist nor analyze, came Mr. Brentshaw. An altered man was Mr. Brentshaw. 5 years of toil, anxiety, and wakefulness had dashed his black locks with streaks and patches of gray, bowed his fine figure, drawn sharp and angular his face, and debased his walk to a doddering shuffle. Nor had this lustrum of fierce contention brought less upon his heart and intellect. The careless good humor that had prompted him to accept the trust of the dead man had given place to a fixed habit of melancholy. The firm, vigorous intellect had over-ripened into the mental mellowness of second childhood. His broad understanding had narrowed to the accommodation of a single idea, and in place of the quiet, cynical incredulity of former days, there was in him a haunting faith in the supernatural that flitted and fluttered about his soul, shadowy bat-like, ominous of insanity. Unsettled in all else, his understanding clung to one conviction with the tenacity of a wrecked intellect. That was an unshaken belief in the entire blamelessness of the dead Gilson. He had so often sworn to this in court and asserted it in private conversation, had so frequently and so triumphantly established it by testimony that had come expensive to him, for that very day he had paid the last dollar of the Gilson estate to Mr. Joe Bentley, the last witness to the Gilson good character, that it had become to him a sort of religious faith. It seemed to him the one great central and basic truth of life, the sole serene verity in a world of lies. On that night, as he seated himself pensively upon the prostrate monument, trying by the uncertain moonlight to spell out the epitaph, which 5 years before he had composed with a chuckle that memory had not recorded, tears of remorse came into his eyes as he remembered that he had been mainly instrumental in compassing by false accusation this good man's death. For during some of the legal proceedings, Mr. Harper, for a consideration forgotten, had come forward and sworn that in the little transaction with his bay mare, the deceased had acted in strict accordance with the Harperian wishes, confidentially communicated to the deceased, and by him faithfully concealed at the cost of his life. All that Mr. Brenshaw had since done for the dead man's memory seemed pitifully inadequate, most mean, paltry, and debased with selfishness. As he sat there, torturing himself with futile regrets, a faint shadow fell across his eyes. Looking toward the moon, hanging low in the west, he saw what seemed a vague watery cloud obscuring her. But as it moved so that her beams lit up one side of it, he perceived the clear, sharp outline of a human figure. The apparition became momentarily more distinct and grew, visibly. It was drawing near. Dazed as were his senses, half locked up with terror and confounded with dreadful imaginings, Mr. Brenshaw yet could but perceive, or think he perceived, in this unearthly shape, a strange similitude to the mortal part of the late Milton Gilson, as that person had looked when taken from the tree 5 years before. The likeness was indeed complete, even to the full stony eyes and a certain shadowy circle about the neck. It was without coat or hat, precisely as Gilton had been laid in his poor, cheap casket by the not ungentle hands of Carpenter Pete, for whom someone had long since performed the same neighborly office. The spectre, if such it was, seemed to bear something in its hands which Mr. Brenshaw could not clearly make out. It drew nearer, and paused at last beside the coffin containing the ashes of the late Mr. Gilson, the lid of which was awry, half disclosing the uncertain interior. Bending over this, the phantom seemed to shake into it from a basin some dark substance of dubious consistency, then glided stealthily back to the lowest part of the cemetery. Here the retiring flood had stranded a number of open coffins, about and among which it gurgled with low sobbings and stilly whispers. Stooping over one of these, the apparition carefully brushed its contents into the basin, then returning to its own casket, emptied the vessel into that as before. This mysterious operation was repeated at every exposed coffin, the ghost sometimes dipping its laden basin into the running water and gently agitating it to free it from the baser clay, always hoarding the residuum in its own private box. In short, the immortal part of the late Milton Gilson was cleaning up the dust of its neighbors and providently adding the same to its own. Perhaps it was a phantasm of a disordered mind in a fevered body. Perhaps it was a solemn farce enacted by pranking existences that throng the shadows lying along the border of another world. God knows. To us is permitted only the knowledge that when the sun of another day touched with a grace of gold the ruined cemetery of Mammon Hill, his kindliest beam fell upon the white, still face of Henry Brentshaw, dead among the dead. An Old Woman's Tale by Nathaniel Hawthorne. In the house where I was born, there used to be an old woman crouching all day long over the kitchen fire with her elbows on her knees and her feet in the ashes. Once in a while she took a turn at the spit, and she never lacked a coarse gray stocking in her lap, the foot about half finished. It tapered away with her own waning life, and she knit the toe stitch on the day of her death. She made it her serious business and sole amusement to tell me stories at any time from morning till night, in a mumbling, toothless voice as I sat on a log of wood, grasping her check apron in both my hands. Her personal memory included the better part of 100 years, and she had strangely jumbled her own experience and observation with those of many old people who had died in her young days, so that she might have been taken for a contemporary of Queen Elizabeth or of John Rogers in the Primer. There are 1,000 of her traditions lurking in the corners and byplaces of my mind, some more marvelous than what is to follow, some less, and a few not marvelous in the least, all of which I would like to repeat if I were as happy as she to have a listener. But I'm humble enough to own that I do not deserve a listener half as well as the old toothless woman, whose narratives possessed an excellence attributable neither to herself nor to any single individual. Her ground plots, seldom within the widest scope of probability, were filled up with homely and natural incidents, the gradual accretions of a long course of years, and fiction hid its grotesque extravagance in the garb of truth, like the devil, an appropriate simile, for the old woman supplies it, disguising himself, clove foot and all, in mortal attire. These tales generally refer to her birthplace, a village in the valley of Connecticut, the aspect of which she impressed with great vividness on my fancy. The houses in that tract of country, long a wild and dangerous frontier, were rendered defensible by a strength of architecture that has preserved many of them till our own times, and I cannot describe the sort of pleasure with which 2 summers since I rode through the little town in question, while one object after another rose familiarly to my eye like successive portions of a dream becoming realized. Among other things equally probable, she was wont to assert that all the inhabitants of the village, at certain intervals, but whether of 25 or 50 years or a whole century remained a disputable point, were subject to a simultaneous slumber, continuing 1 hour's space. When that mysterious time arrived, the parson snored over his half-written sermon, though it were Saturday night and no provision made for the morrow. The mother's eyelids closed as she bent over her infant, and no childish cry awakened. The watcher at the bed of mortal sickness slumbered upon the death pillow, and the dying man anticipated his sleep of ages by one as deep and dreamless. To speak emphatically, there was a soporific influence throughout the village stronger than if every mother's son and daughter were reading a dull story, notwithstanding which the old woman professed to hold the substance of the ensuing account from one of those principally concerned in it. One moonlit summer evening, a young man and a girl sat down together in the open air. They were distant relatives, sprung from a stock once wealthy, but of late years so poverty-stricken that David had not a penny to pay for the marriage fee, if Esther would consent to wed. The seat they had chosen was in an open grove of elm and walnut trees, at a right angle of the road. A spring of diamond water just bubbled into the moonlight beside them, and then whimpered away through the bushes and long grass in search of a neighboring mill stream. The nearest house, situate within 20 yards of them and the residence of their great-grandfather in this lifetime, was a venerable old edifice crowned with many high and narrow peaks, all overrun by innumerable creeping plants which hung curling about the roof like a nice young wig on an elderly gentleman's head. Opposite to this establishment was a tavern, with a well and horse trough before it, and a low green bank running along the left side of the door. Thence the road went onward, curving scarce perceptibly through the village, divided in the midst by a narrow lane of verdure, and bounded on each side by a grassy strip of twice its own breadth. The houses had generally an odd look. Here the moonlight tried to get a glimpse of one, a rough old heap of ponderous timber, which, ashamed of its dilapidated aspect, was hiding behind a great thick tree. The lower story of the next had sunk almost underground, as if a poor little house were aweary of the world, and retiring into the seclusion of its own cellar. Farther on stood one of the few recent structures, thrusting its painted face conspicuously into the street, with an evident idea that it was the fairest thing there. About midway in the village was a grist mill, partly concealed by the descent of the ground toward the stream which turned its wheel. At the southern extremity, just so far distant that the window panes dazzled into each other, rose the meeting house, a dingy old barn-like building with an enormous disproportionate steeple sticking up straight into heaven as high as the Tower of Babel, and the cause of nearly as much confusion in its day. This steeple, it must be understood, was an afterthought, and its addition to the main edifice when the latter had already begun to decay had excited a vehement quarrel and almost a schism in the church some 50 years before. Here the road wound down a hill and was seen no more, the remotest object in view being the graveyard gate beyond the meeting house. The youthful pair sat hand in hand beneath the trees, and for several moments they had not spoken, because the breeze was hushed, the brook scarce tinkled, the leaves had ceased their rustling, and everything lay motionless and silent, as if nature were composing herself to slumber. "What a beautiful night it is, Esther," remarked David, somewhat drowsily. "Very beautiful," answered the girl in the same tone. "But how still," continued David. "Ah, too still," said Esther, with a faint shudder, like a modest leaf when the wind kisses it. Perhaps they fell asleep together, and united as their spirits were by close and tender sympathies, the same strange dream might have wrapped them in its shadowy arms. But they conceived at the time that they still remained wakeful by the spring of bubbling water, looking down through the village and all along the moonlight road, and at the queer old houses and at trees which thrust their great twisted branches almost into the windows. There was only a sort of mistiness over their minds, like the smoky air of an early autumn night. At length, without any vivid astonishment, they became conscious that a great many people were either entering the village or already in the street. But whether they came from the meeting house or from a little beyond it, or where the devil they came from, was more than could be determined. Certainly a crowd of people seemed to be there, men, women, and children, all of whom were yawning and rubbing their eyes, stretching their limbs, and staggering from side to side on the road, as if but partially awakened from a sound slumber. Sometimes they stood stock still, with their hands over their brows to shade their sight from the moonbeams. As they drew near, most of their countenances appeared familiar to Esther and David, possessing the peculiar features of families in the village and that general air and aspect by which a person would recognize his own townsmen in the remotest ends of the earth. But though the whole multitude might have been taken in the mass for neighbors and acquaintances, there was not a single individual whose exact likeness they had ever seen before. It was a noticeable circumstance also that the newest fashion garment on the backs of these people might have been worn by their great-grandparents of the existing generation. There was one figure behind all the rest, and not yet near enough to be perfectly distinguished. "Where on earth, David, do all these odd people come from?" said Esther, with a lazy inclination to laugh. "Nowhere on earth, Esther," replied David, unknowing why he had said so. As they spoke, the strangers showed some symptoms of disquietude and looked toward the fountain for an instant, but immediately appeared to assume their own trains of thought and precious purposes. They now separated to different parts of the village with a readiness that implied intimate local knowledge. And it may be worthy of remark that, though they were evidently loquacious among themselves, neither their footsteps nor their voices reached the ears of the beholders. Wherever there was a venerable old house of 50 years standing and upward, surrounded by its elm and walnut trees, with its dark and weather-beaten barn, its well, its orchard, and stone walls, all ancient and all in good repair around it, there a little group of these people assembled. Such parties were mostly composed of an aged man and woman with the younger members of a family. Their faces were full of joy so deep that it assumed the shade of melancholy. They pointed to each other the minutest objects about the homesteads, things in their hearts, and were now comparing them with the originals. But where hollow places by the wayside, grass-grown and uneven, with unsightly chimneys rising ruinous in the midst, gave indication of a fallen dwelling and its hearth long cold, there did a few of the strangers sit them down on the moldering beams and on the yellow moss that had overspread the doorstone. The men folded their arms, sad and speechless. The women wrung their hands with a more vivid expression of grief, and the little children tottered to their knees, shrinking away from the open grave of domestic love. And wherever a recent edifice reared its white and flashy front on the foundation of an old one, there a gray-haired man might be seen to shake his staff in anger at it, while his aged dam and their offspring appeared to join in their maledictions, forming a fearful picture in the ghostly moonlight. While these scenes were passing, the one figure in the rear of all the rest was descending the hollow towards the mill, and the eyes of David and Esther were drawn thence to a pair with whom they could fully sympathize. It was a youth in a sailor's dress and a pale, slender maiden who met each other with a sweet embrace in the middle of the street. "How long it must be since they parted," observed David. 50 years at least," said Esther. They continued to gaze with wandering calmness and quiet interest as the dream, if such it were, unrolled its quaint and motley semblance before them, and their notice was now attracted by several little knots of people apparently engaged in conversation. Of these, one of the earliest collected and most characteristic was near the tavern, the persons who composed it being seated on a low green bank along the left side of the door. A conspicuous figure here was a fine corpulent old fellow in his shirt sleeves and flame-colored breeches and with a stained white apron over his paunch, beneath which he held his hands, and wherewith at times he wiped his ruddy face. The stately decrepitude of one of his companions, the scar of an Indian tomahawk on his crown, and especially his worn buff coat, were appropriate marks of a veteran belonging to an old provincial garrison, now deaf to the roll call. Another showed his rough face under a tarry hat and wore a pair of wide trousers, like an ancient mariner who had tossed away his youth upon the sea, and was returned, hoary and weather-beaten, to his inland home. There was also a thin young man, carelessly dressed, who ever and anon cast a sad look toward the pale maidens above mentioned. With these there sat a hunter and one or two others, and they were soon joined by a miller, who came upward from the dusty mill, his coat as white as if besprinkled with powdered starlight. All these, by the aid of jests, which might indeed be old but had not been recently repeated, waxed very merry, and it was rather strange that, just as their sides shook with the heartiest laughter, they appeared greatly like a group of shadows flickering in the moonshine. 4 personages, very different from these, stood in front of the large house with its periwig of creeping plants. One was a little elderly figure, distinguished by the gold of his 3-cornered hat and sky-blue coat, and by the seal of arms annexed to his great gold watch-chain. His air and aspect befitted a justice of peace and county major, and all earth's pride and pomposity were squeezed into this small gentleman of 5 feet high. The next in importance was a grave person of 60 or 70 years, whose black suit and band sufficiently indicated his character, and the polished baldness of whose head was worthy of a famous preacher in the village half a century before, who had made wigs a subject of pulpit denunciation. The 2 other figures, both clad in dark gray, showed the sobriety of deacons. One was ridiculously tall and thin, like a man of ordinary bulk, infinitely produced, as the mathematicians say, while the brevity and thickness of his colleague seemed a compression of the same man. These 4 talked with great earnestness, and their gestures intimated that they had revived the ancient dispute about the meeting-house steeple. The grave person in black spoke with composed solemnity, as if he were addressing a synod. The short deacon grunted out occasional sentences as brief as himself. His tall brother drew the long thread of his argument through the whole discussion, and, reasoning from analogy, his voice must indubitably have been small and squawking. But the little old man in gold lace was evidently scorched by his own red-hot eloquence. He bounced from one to another, shook his cane at the steeple, at the 2 deacons, and almost in the parson's face, stamping with his foot fiercely enough to break a hole through the very earth, though indeed it could not exactly be said that the green grass bent beneath it. The figure, noticed as coming behind all the rest, had now surmounted the ascent from the mill and proved to be an elderly lady with something in her hand. "Why does she walk so slow?" asked David. "Don't you see she's lame?" said Esther. This gentlewoman, whose infirmity had kept her so far in the rear of the crowd, now came hobbling on, glided unobserved by the polemic group, and paused on the left brink of the fountain, within a few feet of the two spectators. She was a magnificent old dame as ever mortal eye beheld. Her spangled shoes and gold-clocked stockings shone gloriously within the spacious circle of a red hoop petticoat, which swelled to the very point of explosion and was bedecked all over with embroidery, a little tarnished. Above the petticoat, and parting in front so as to display it to the best advantage, was a figured blue damask gown. A wide and stiff ruff encircled her neck. A cap of the finest muslin, though rather dingy, covered her head, and her nose was bestridden by a pair of gold-bowed spectacles with enormous glasses. But the old lady's face was pinched sharp and sallow, wearing a niggardly and avaricious expression, and forming an odd contrast to the splendor of her attire, as did likewise the implement which she held in her hand. It was a sort of iron shovel, by housewives termed a slice, such as is used in clearing the oven, and with this selecting a spot between a walnut tree and a fountain, the good dame made an earnest attempt to dig. The tender sods, however, possessed a strange impenetrability. They resisted her efforts like a quarry of living granite, and losing her breath, she cast down the shovel and seemed to bemoan herself most piteously, gnashing her teeth, what few she had, and wringing her thin yellow hands. Then, apparently with new hope, she resumed her toil, which still had the same result. A circumstance the less surprising to David and Esther, because at times they would catch the moonlight shining through the old woman and dancing in the fountain beyond. The little man in gold lace now happened to see her and made his approach on tiptoe. "How hard this elderly lady works," remarked David. "Go and help her, David," said Esther compassionately. As their drowsy voices spoke, both the old woman and the pompous little figure behind her lifted their eyes, and for a moment they regarded the youth and damsel with something like kindness and affection, which, however, were dim and uncertain, and passed away almost immediately. The old woman again betook herself to the shovel, but was startled by a hand suddenly laid upon her shoulder. She turned around in great trepidation and beheld the dignitary in the blue coat. Then followed an embrace of such closeness as would indicate no remoter connection than matrimony between these two decorous persons. The gentleman next pointed to the shovel, appearing to inquire the purpose of his lady's occupation, while she as evidently parried his interrogations, maintaining a demure and sanctified visage, as every good woman ought in similar cases. Howbeit, she could not forbear looking askew behind her spectacles toward the spot of stubborn turf. All the while, their figures had a strangeness in them, and it seemed as if some cunning jeweler had made their golden ornaments of the yellowest of the setting sunbeams, and that the blue of their garments was brought from the dark sky near the moon, and that the gentleman's silk waistcoat was the bright side of a fiery cloud, and the lady's scarlet petticoat a remnant of the blush of morning, and that they both were two unrealities of colored air. But now there was a sudden movement throughout the multitude. The squire drew forth a watch as large as the dial on the famous steeple, looked at the warning hands, and got him gone, nor could his lady tarry. The party at the tavern door took to their heels, headed by the fat man in the flaming breeches. The tall deacon stalked away immediately, and the short deacon waddled after, making 4 steps to the yard. The mothers called their children about them and set forth with a gentle and sad glance behind. Like cloudy fantasies that hurried by a viewless impulse from the sky, they all were fled, and the wind rose up and followed them with a strange moaning down the lonely street. Now whither these people went is more than may be told. Only David and Esther seemed to see the shadowy splendor of the ancient dame as she lingered in the moonshine at the graveyard gate, gazing backward to the fountain. "Oh, Esther, I have had such a dream," cried David, starting up and rubbing his eyes. "And I such another," answered Esther, gaping till her pretty red lips formed a circle. "About an old woman with gold-bowed spectacles," continued David. "And a scarlet hoop petticoat," added Esther. They now stared into each other's eyes with great astonishment and some little fear. After a thoughtful moment or two, David drew a long breath and stood upright. "If I live till tomorrow morning," said he, "I'll see what may be buried between that tree and the spring of water." "Why not tonight, David?" asked Esther, for she was a sensible little girl, and bethought herself that the matter might as well be done in secrecy. David felt the propriety of the remark and looked round for the means to follow her advice. The moon shone brightly on something that rested against the side of the old house, and in the nearer view it proved to be an iron shovel, bearing a singular resemblance to that which they had seen in their dreams. He used it with better success than the old woman, the soil giving way so freely to his efforts that he had soon scooped a hole as large as the basin of the spring. Suddenly he poked his head down to the very bottom of his cavity. "Oh ho! What have we here?" cried David. Rip Van Winkle by Washington Irving. A posthumous writing of Diedrich Knickerbocker. By Woden, god of Saxons, from whence comes Wednesday, that is Woden's day. Truth is a thing that ever I will keep unto thylke day, in which I creep into my sepulchre. Cartwright. Whoever has made a voyage up the Hudson must remember the Catskill Mountains. They are a dismembered branch of the great Appalachian family and are seen away to the west of the river, swelling up to a noble height and lording it over the surrounding country. Every change of season, every change of weather, indeed, every hour of the day, produces some change in the magical hues and shapes of these mountains, and they are regarded by all the good wives, far and near, as perfect barometers. When the weather is fair and settled, they are clothed in blue and purple and print their bold outlines on the clear evening sky. But sometimes, when the rest of the landscape is cloudless, they will gather a hood of gray vapors about their summits, which, in the last rays of the setting sun, will glow the light up like a crown of glory. At the foot of these fairy mountains, the voyager may have descried the light smoke curling up from the village, whose shingled roofs gleamed among the trees, just where the blue tints of the upland melt away into the fresh green of the nearer landscape. It is a little village of great antiquity, having been founded by some of the Dutch colonists in the early times of the province, just about the beginning of the government of the good Peter Stuyvesant, may he rest in peace, and there were some of the houses of the original settlers standing within a few years, built of small yellow bricks brought from Holland, having latticed windows and gable fronts surmounted with weathercocks. In the same village, and in one of these very houses, which, to tell the precise truth, was sadly time-worn and weather-beaten, there lived many years since, while the country was yet a province of Great Britain, a simple, good-natured fellow by the name of Rip Van Winkle. He was a descendant of the Van Winkles who figured so gallantly in the chivalrous ways of Peter Stuyvesant, and accompanied him to the siege of Fort Christina. He inherited, however, but little of the martial character of his ancestors. I have observed that he was a simple, good-natured man. He was, moreover, a kind neighbor and an obedient, henpecked husband. Indeed, to the latter circumstance might be owing that meekness of spirit which gained him such universal popularity. For those men are most apt to be obsequious and conciliating abroad who are under the discipline of shrews at home. Their tempers, doubtless, are rendered pliant and malleable in the fiery furnace of domestic tribulation. And a curtain lecture is worth all the sermons in the world for teaching the virtues of patience and long-suffering. A termagant wife may, therefore, in some respects be considered a tolerable blessing, and if so, Rip Van Winkle was thrice blessed. Certainly it is that he was a great favorite among all the good wives of the village who, as usual with the amiable sex, took his part in all family squabbles, and never failed, whenever they talked those matters over in their evening gossipings, to lay all the blame on Dom Van Winkle. The children of the village, too, would shout with joy whenever they approached. He assisted at their sports, made their playthings, taught them to fly kites and shoot marbles, and told them long stories of ghosts, witches, and Indians. Whenever he went dodging about the village, he was surrounded by a troop of them, hanging on his skirts, clambering on his back, and playing 1,000 tricks on him with impunity, and not a dog would bark at him throughout the neighborhood. The great error in Rip's composition was an insuperable aversion to all kinds of profitable labor. It could not be from the want of assiduity or perseverance, for he would sit on a wet rock with a rod as long and heavy as a Tartar's lance and fish all day without a murmur, even though he should not be encouraged by a single nibble. He would carry a fowling piece on his shoulder for hours together, trudging through the woods and swamps, and up hill and down dale, to shoot a few squirrels or wild pigeons. He would never refuse to assist a neighbor even in the roughest toil, and was a foremost man at all country frolics for husking Indian corn or building stone fences. The women of the village, too, used to employ him to run their errands, and to do such little odd jobs as their less obliging husbands would not do for them. In a word, Rip was ready to attend to anybody's business but his own. But as to doing family duty and keeping his farm in order, he found it impossible. In fact, he declared it was of no use to work on his farm. It was the most pestilent little piece of ground in the whole country. Everything about it went wrong and would go wrong in spite of him. His fences were continually falling to pieces. His cow would either go astray or get among the cabbages. Weeds were sure to grow quicker in his fields than anywhere else. The rain always made a point of setting it just as he had some out-of-door work to do. so that though his matrimonial estate had dwindled away under his management, acre by acre, until there was little more left than a mere patch of Indian corn and potatoes, yet it was the worst conditioned farm in the neighborhood. His children, too, were as ragged and wild as if they belonged to nobody. His son Rip, an urchin begotten by his own likeness, promised to inherit the habits with the old clothes of his father. He was generally seen trooping like a colt at his mother's heels, equipped in a pair of his father's cast-off galligaskins, which he had much ado to hold up with one hand, as a fine lady does her train in bad weather. Rip Van Winkle, however, was one of those happy mortals of foolish, well-oiled dispositions who take the world easy, eat white bread or brown, whichever can be got with least thought or trouble, and would rather starve on a penny than work for a pound. If left to himself, he would have whistled life away in perfect contentment. But his wife kept continually dinning in his ears about his idleness, his carelessness, and the ruin he was bringing on his family. Morning, noon, and night, her tongue was incessantly going, and everything he said or did was sure to produce a torrent of household eloquence. Rip had but one way of replying to all lectures of the kind, and that, by frequent use, had grown into a habit. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, cast up his eyes, but said nothing. This, however, always provoked a fresh volley from his wife, so that he was fain to draw off his forces and take to the outside of the house, the only side which, in truth, belongs to a henpecked husband. Rip's sole domestic adherent was his dog, Wolf, who was as much henpecked as his master. For Dom von Winkle regarded them as companions in idleness, and even looked upon Wolf with an evil eye as the cause of the master's going so often astray. True it is, in all points of spirit befitting an honorable dog, he was as courageous an animal as ever scoured the woods. But what courage can withstand the ever-during and all-besetting terrors of a woman's tongue? The moment Wolf entered the house, his crest fell, his tail drooped to the ground or curled between his legs. He sneaked about with a gallows air, casting many a sidelong glance at Dom von Winkle, and at the least flourish of a broomstick or ladle, he would fly to the door with yelping precipitation. Times grew worse and worse with Rip Van Winkle as years of matrimony rolled on. A tart temper never mellows with age, and a sharp tongue is the only edged tool that grows keener with constant use. For a long while he used to console himself when driven from home by frequenting a kind of perpetual club for the sages, philosophers, and other idle personages of the village, which held its sessions on a bench before a small inn designated by a rubicund portrait of His Majesty George III. There they used to sit in the shade through a long, lazy summer's day, talking listlessly over village gossip or telling endless, sleepy stories about nothing. But it would have been worth any stateman's money to have heard the profound discussions that sometimes took place when by chance an old newspaper fell into their hands from some passing traveler. How solemnly they would listen to the contents, as drawled out by Derek von Bummel, the schoolmaster, a dapper, learned little man who was not to be daunted by the most gigantic word in the dictionary, and how sagely they would deliberate upon public events some months after they had taken place. The opinions of this junta were completely controlled by Nicholas Vedder, a patriarch of the village and landlord of the inn, at the door of which he took his seat from morning till night, just moving sufficiently to avoid the sun and keep in the shade of a large tree, so that the neighbors could tell the hour by his movements as accurately as by a sundial. It is true that he was rarely heard to speak, but smoked his pipe incessantly. His adherents, however, for every great man has his adherents, perfectly understood him and knew how to gather his opinions. When anything that was read or related displeased him, he was observed to smoke his pipe vehemently and to send forth short, frequent, and angry puffs. But when pleased, he would inhale the smoke slowly and tranquilly, and emit it in light and placid clouds, and sometimes, taking the pipe from his mouth and letting the fragrant vapor curl about his nose, would gravely nod his head in token of perfect approbation. From even this stronghold, the unlucky Rip was at length routed by his tergament wife, who would suddenly break in upon the tranquillity of the assemblage and call the members all to naught. Nor was that august personage, Nicholas Vedder himself, sacred from the daring tongue of this terrible virago, who charged him outright with encouraging her husband in habits of idleness. Poor Rip was at last reduced almost to despair, and his only alternative to escape from the labor of the farm and clamor of his wife was to take gun in hand and stroll away into the woods. There he would sometimes seat himself at the foot of a tree and share the contents of his wallet with Wolf, with whom he sympathized as a fellow sufferer in persecution. "Poor Wolf," he would say, "thy mistress leads thee a dog's life of it. But never mind, my lad, whilst I live, thou shalt never want a friend to stand by thee." Wolf would wag his tail, look wistfully in his master's face, and if dogs can feel pity, I verily believe that he reciprocated the sentiment with all his heart. In a long ramble of the kind, on a fine autumnal day, Rip had unconsciously scrambled to one of the highest parts of the Catskill Mountains. He was after his favorite sport of squirrel shooting, and the still solitudes had echoed and re-echoed with the reports of his gun. Panting and fatigued, he threw himself late in the afternoon on a green knoll covered with mountain herbage that crowned the brow of a precipice. From an opening between the trees, he could overlook all the lower country for many a mile of rich woodland. He saw at a distance the lordly Hudson, far, far below him, moving on its silent but majestic course with the reflection of a purple cloud or the sail of a lagging bark, here and there sleeping on its glassy bosom, and at last losing itself in the blue highlands. On the other side, he looked down into a deep mountain glen, wild, lonely, and shagged, the bottom filled with fragments from the impending cliffs and scarcely lighted by the reflected rays of the setting sun. For some time, Rip lay musing on this scene. Evening was gradually advancing. The mountains began to throw their long blue shadows over the valleys. He saw that it would be dark long before he could reach the village, and he heaved a heavy sigh when he thought of encountering the terrors of Dom von Winkle. As he was about to descend, he heard a voice from a distance hallooing, "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" He looked round, but could see nothing but a crow winging its solitary flight across the mountain. He thought his fancy must have deceived him, and turned again to descend when he heard the same cry ring through the still evening air. "Rip Van Winkle! Rip Van Winkle!" At the same time, Wolf bristled up his back and, giving a loud growl, skulked to his master's side, looking fearfully down into the glen. Rip now felt a vague apprehension stealing over him. He looked anxiously in the same direction and perceived a strange figure slowly toiling up the rocks and bending under the weight of something he carried on his back. He was surprised to see any human being in this lonely and unfrequented place, but supposing it to be someone of the neighborhood in need of assistance, he hastened down to yield it. On nearer approach, he was still more surprised at the singularity of the stranger's appearance. He was a short, square-built old fellow with thick, bushy hair and a grizzled beard. His dress was of the antique Dutch fashion, a cloth jerkin strapped around his waist, several pairs of breeches, the outer one of ample volume, decorated with rows of buttons down the sides and bunches at the knees. He bore on his shoulder a stout keg that seemed full of liquor, and made signs for Rip to approach and assist him with the load. Though rather shy and distrustful of this new acquaintance, Rip complied with his usual alacrity, and mutually relieving each other, they clambered up a narrow gully, apparently the dry bed of a mountain torrent. As they ascended, Rip every now and then heard long, rolling peals like distant thunder that seemed to issue out of a deep ravine, or rather cleft, between lofty rocks toward which their rugged path conducted. He paused for an instant, but supposing it to be the muttering of one of those transient thunderstorms which often take place in mountain heights, he proceeded. Passing through the ravine, they came to a hollow, like a small amphitheater, surrounded by perpendicular precipices, over the brinks of which impending trees shot their branches, so that you only caught glimpses of the azure sky and the bright evening cloud. During the whole time, Rip and his companion had labored on in silence, for though the former marveled greatly what could be the object of carrying a keg of liquor up this wild mountain, yet there was something strange and incomprehensible about the unknown that inspired awe and checked familiarity. On entering the amphitheater, new objects of wonder presented themselves. On a level spot in the center was a company of odd-looking personages playing at ninepins. They were dressed in a quaint, outlandish fashion. Some wore short doublets, others jerkins with long knives in their belts, and most of them had enormous breeches of similar style with that of the guides. Their visages, too, were peculiar. One had a large head, broad face, and small piggish eyes. The face of another seemed to consist entirely of nose, and was surmounted by a white sugarloaf hat, set off with a little red cock's tail. They all had beards of various shapes and colors. There was one that seemed to be the commander. He was a stout old gentleman with a weather-beaten countenance. He wore a laced doublet, broad belt and hanger, high-crowned hat and feather, red stockings, and high-heeled shoes with roses in them. The whole group reminded Rip of the figures in an old Flemish painting in the parlor of Dominic van Schaik, the village parson, and which had been brought over from Holland at the time of the settlement. What seemed particularly odd to Rip was that Though these folks were evidently amusing themselves, yet they maintained the gravest faces, the most mysterious silence, and were withal the most melancholy party of pleasure he had ever witnessed. Nothing interrupted the stillness of the scene but the noise of the balls, which, whenever they were rolled, echoed along the mountains like rumbling peals of thunder. As Rip and his companions approached them, they suddenly desisted from their play and stared at him with such fixed, statue-like gaze and such strange, uncouth, lackluster countenances that his heart turned within him and his knees smote together. His company now emptied the contents of the keg into large flagons and made signs to him to wait upon the company. He obeyed with fear and trembling. They quaffed the liquor in profound silence and then returned to their game. By degrees, Rip's awe and apprehension subsided. He even ventured, when no eye was fixed upon him, to taste the beverage, which he found had much the flavor of excellent Hollands. He was naturally a thirsty soul, and was soon tempted to repeat the draught. One taste provoked another, and he reiterated his visits to the flagon so often that at length his senses were overpowered. His eyes swam in his head gradually declined, and he fell into a deep sleep. On waking, he found himself on the green knoll whence he had first seen the old man of the glen. He rubbed his eyes. It was a bright, sunny morning. The birds were hopping and twittering among the bushes, and the eagle was wheeling aloft and breasting the pure mountain breeze. Surely, thought Rip, I have not slept here all night. He recalled the occurrences before he fell asleep: the strange man with a keg of liquor, the mountain ravine, the wild retreat among the rocks, the woebegone party at Ninepins, the flagon. Oh, that flagon, that wicked flagon, thought Rip. What excuse shall I make to Don Van Winkle? He looked round for his gun, but in place of the clean, well-oiled fowling piece, he found an old firelock lying by him, the barrel encrusted with rust, the lock falling off, and the stock worm-eaten. He now suspected that the grave roysters of the mountain had put a trick upon him, and having dosed him with liquor, had robbed him of his gun. Wolf, too, had disappeared, but he might have strayed away after a squirrel or partridge. He whistled after him and shouted his name, but all in vain. The echoes repeated his whistle and shout, but no dog was to be seen. He determined to revisit the scene of the last evening's gambol, and if he met with any of the party, to demand his dog and gun. As he rose to walk, he found himself stiff in the joints and wanting in his usual activity. These mountain beds do not agree with me, thought Rip, and if the frolic should lay me up with a fit of rheumatism, I shall have a blessed time with Don Van Winkle. With some difficulty, he got down into the glen. He found the gully up which he and his companion had ascended the preceding evening, but to his astonishment, a mountain stream was now foaming down it, leaping from rock to rock and filling the glen with babbling murmurs. He, however, made shift to scramble up the sides, working his toilsome way through thickets of birch, sassafras, and witch hazel, and sometimes tripped up or entangled by the wild grapevines that twisted their coils or tendrils from tree to tree and spread a kind of network in his path. At length, he reached to where the ravine had opened through the cliffs to the amphitheater, but no traces of such opening remained. The rocks presented a high, impenetrable wall over which the torrent came tumbling in a sheet of feathery foam and fell into a broad, deep basin black from the shadows of the surrounding forest. Here, then, poor Rip was brought to a stand. He again called and whistled after his dog. He was only answered by the cawing of a flock of idle crows, sporting high in the air above a dry tree that overhung a sunny precipice, and who, secure in the elevation, seemed to look down and scoff at the poor man's perplexities. What was to be done? The morning was passing away, and Rip felt famished for want of his breakfast. He grieved to give up his dog and gun. He dreaded to meet his wife. But it would not do to starve among the mountains. He shook his head, shouldered the rusty firelock, and, with a heart full of trouble and anxiety, turned his steps homeward. As he approached the village, he met a number of people, but none whom he knew, which somewhat surprised him, for he had thought himself acquainted with everyone in the country road. Their dress, too, was of a different fashion from that to which he was accustomed. They all stared at him with equal marks of surprise, and whenever they cast their eyes upon him, invariably stroked their chins. The constant recurrence of this gesture induced Rip involuntarily to do the same, when to his astonishment he found his beard had grown a foot long. He had now entered the skirts of the village. A troop of strange children ran at his heels, hooting after him and pointing at his gray beard. The dogs, too, not one of which he recognized for an old acquaintance, barked at him as he passed. The very village was altered. It was larger and more populous. There were rows of houses which he had never seen before, and those which had been his familiar haunts had disappeared. Strange names were over the doors, strange faces at the windows. Everything was strange. His mind now misgave him. He began to doubt whether both he and the world around him were not bewitched. Surely this was his native village, which he had left but the day before. There stood the Catskill Mountains. There ran the silver Hudson at the distance. There was every hill and dale precisely as it had always been. Rip was sorely perplexed. That flagon last night, he thought, has addled my poor head sadly. It was with some difficulty that he found the way to his own house, which he approached with silent awe, expecting every moment to hear the shrill voice of Dom Van Winkle. He found the house gone to decay, the roof fallen in, the windows shattered, and the doors off the hinges. A half-starved dog that looked like Wolf was skulking about it. Rip called him by name, but the cur snarled, showed his teeth, and passed on. This was an unkind cur indeed. My very dog, sighed poor Rip, has forgotten me. He entered the house, which, to tell the truth, Dom Van Winkle had always kept in neat order. It was empty, forlorn, and apparently abandoned. The desolateness overcame all his connubial fears. He called loudly for his wife and children. The lonely chambers rang for a moment with his voice, and then all again was silence. He now hurried forth and hastened to his old resort, the village inn, but it too was gone. A large, rickety, wooden building stood in its place, with great gaping windows, some of them broken and mended with old hats and petticoats, and over the door was painted, "The Union Hotel," by Jonathan Doolittle. Instead of the great tree that used to shelter the quiet little Dutch inn of yore, There was now reared a tall, naked pole with something on the top that looked like a red nightcap, and from it was fluttering a flag, on which was a singular assemblage of stars and stripes. All this was strange and incomprehensible. He recognized on the sign, however, the ruby face of King George, under which he had smoked so many a peaceful pipe. But even this was singularly metamorphized. A red coat was changed for one of blue and buff. A sword was held in the hand instead of a scepter. The head was decorated with a cocked hat, and underneath was painted in large characters, General Washington. There was, as usual, a crowd of folks about the door, but none that Rip recollected. The very character of the people seemed changed. There was a busy, bustling, disputatious tone about it, instead of the accustomed phlegm and drowsy tranquility. He looked in vain for the sage Nicholas Vedder, with his broad-faced double chin and fair long pipe, uttering clouds of tobacco smoke instead of idle speeches; for von Bummel, the schoolteacher, doling forth the contents of an ancient newspaper. In place of these, a lean, bilious-looking fellow, with his pockets full of handbills, was haranguing vehemently about rights of citizens, elections, members of Congress, liberty, Bunker Hill, heroes of '76, and other words which were a perfect Babylonish jargon to the bewildered Von Winkle. The appearance of Rip, with his long grizzled beard, his rusty fowling-piece, his uncouth dress, and an army of women and children at his heels, soon attracted the attention of the tavern politicians. They crowded round him, eyeing him from head to foot with great curiosity. The orator bustled up to him and, drawing him partly aside, inquired on which side he voted. Rip stared in vacant stupidity. Another short but busy little fellow pulled him by the arm and, rising on tiptoe, inquired in his ear whether he was Federal or Democrat. Rip was equally at a loss to comprehend the question when a knowing, self-important old gentleman in a sharp-cocked hat made his way through the crowd, putting them to the right and left with his elbows as he passed, and planting himself before Von Winkle, with one arm akimbo, the other resting on his cane, his keen eyes and sharp hat penetrating, as it were, into his very soul, demanded in an austere tone what brought him to the election with a gun on his shoulder and a mob at his heels, and whether he meant to breed a riot in the village. "Alas, gentlemen," cried Rip, somewhat dismayed, "I am a poor quiet man, a native of the place, and a loyal subject of the king, God bless him." Here a general shout burst from the bystanders. "A Tory! A Tory! A spy! A refugee! Hustle him! Away with him!" It was with great difficulty that the self-important man in the cocked hat restored order, and having assumed a tenfold austerity of brow, demanded again of the unknown culprit what he had come there for and whom he was seeking. The poor man humbly assured him that he meant no harm, but merely came here in search of some of his neighbors who used to keep about the tavern. "Well, who are they? Name them." Rip bethought himself a moment and inquired, "Where's Nicholas Vedder?" There was a silence for a little while. Then an old man replied in a thin, piping voice, "Nicholas Vedder? Why, he's dead and gone these 18 years. There was a wooden tombstone in the churchyard that used to tell all about him, but that's rotten and gone too." "Where's Brom Dutcher?" "Oh, he went off to the army in the beginning of the war. Some say he was killed at the storming of Stony Point. Others say he was drowned in a squall at the foot of Anthony's Nose. I don't know. He never came back again. Where's von Bummel, the schoolteacher? He went off to the wars, too, was a great militia general, and is now in Congress. Rip's heart died away at hearing of these sad changes in his home and friends, and finding himself thus alone in the world. Every answer puzzled him, too, by treating of such enormous lapses of time and of matters which he could not understand. War, Congress, Stony Point. He had no courage to ask after any more of his friends, but cried out in despair, "Does nobody here know Rip Van Winkle?" "Oh, Rip Van Winkle!" exclaimed two or three. "Oh, to be sure! That's Rip Van Winkle yonder, leaning against the tree." Rip looked and beheld the precise counterpart of himself as he went up the mountain, apparently as lazy and certainly as ragged. The poor fellow was now completely confounded. He doubted his own identity and whether he was himself or another man. In the midst of his bewilderment, the man in the cocked hat demanded who he was and what was his name. "God knows," explained he, at wit's end. "I'm not myself. I'm somebody else. That's me yonder. No, that's somebody else got into my shoes. I was myself last night, but I fell asleep on the mountain, and they've changed my gun, and everything's changed, and I'm changed, and I can't tell what's my name or who I am." The bystanders began to look at each other, nod, wink significantly, and tap their fingers against their foreheads. There was a whisper also about securing the gun and keeping the old fellow from doing mischief, at the very suggestion of which the self-important man in the cocked hat retired with some precipitation. At this critical moment, a fresh, comely woman pressed through the throng to get a peep at the gray-bearded man. She had a chubby child in her arms, which, frightened at his looks, began to cry. "Hush, Rip," cried she. "Hush, you little fool. The old man won't hurt you." The name of the child, the air of the mother, the tone of her voice, all awakened a train of recollections in his mind. "What is your name, my good woman?" asked he. "Judith Gardinier." "And your father's name?" "Ah, poor man, Rip Van Winkle was his name, but it's 20 years since he went away from home with his gun, and never has been heard of since. His dog came home without him. But whether he shot himself or was carried away by Indians, nobody can tell. I was then but a little girl." Rip had but one question more to ask, but he put it with a faltering voice. "Where's your mother?" "Oh, she too had died but a short time since. She broke a blood vessel in a fit of passion at a New England peddler." There was a drop of comfort, at least, in this intelligence. The honest man could contain himself no longer. He caught his daughter and her child in his arms. "I am your father," cried he. "Young Rip Van Winkle once, old Rip Van Winkle now. Does nobody know poor Rip Van Winkle?" All stood amazed until an old woman, tottering out from among the crowd, put her hand to her brow and, peering under it to his face for a moment, exclaimed, "Sure enough, it is Rip Van Winkle. It is himself. Welcome home again, old neighbor. Why, where have you been these 20 long years?" Rip's story was soon told, for the whole 20 years had been to him but one night. The neighbors stared when they heard it. Some were seen to wink at each other, put their tongues in their cheeks, and the self-important man in the cocked hat, who, when the alarm was over, had returned to the field, screwed down the corners of his mouth, and shook his head, upon which there was a general shaking of the head throughout the assemblage. It was determined, however, to take the opinion of old Peter Vanderdonk, who was seen slowly advancing up the road. He was a descendant of the historian of that name, who wrote one of the earliest accounts of the province. Peter was the most ancient inhabitant of the village, and well versed in the wonderful events and traditions of the neighborhood. He recollected Rip at once, and corroborated his story in the most satisfactory manner. He assured the company that it was a fact, handed down from his ancestor the historian, that the Catskill Mountains had always been haunted by strange beings, that it was affirmed that the great Hendrik Hudson, the first discoverer of the river and the country, kept a kind of vigil there every 20 years with his crew of the Half Moon, being permitted in this way to revisit the scenes of his enterprise and keep a guardian eye upon the river and the great city called by his name. That his father had once seen them in their old Dutch dresses, playing at 9 pins in the hollow of the mountain, and that he himself had heard one summer afternoon the sound of their balls like distant peals of thunder. To make a long story short, the company broke up and returned to the more important concerns of the election. Rip's daughter took him home to live with her. She had a snug, well-furnished house and a stout, cheery farmer for her husband, whom Rip recollected for one of the urchins that used to climb upon his back. As to Rip's son and heir, who was the ditto of himself, seen leaning against the tree, he was employed to work on the farm, but evinced an hereditary disposition to attend to anything else but his business. Rip now resumed his old walks and habits. He soon found many of his former cronies, though all rather the worse for the wear and tear of time, and preferred making friends among the rising generation, with whom he soon grew into great favor. Having nothing to do at home, and being arrived at that happy age when a man can be idle with impunity, he took his place once more on the bench at the inn door, and was reverenced as one of the patriarchs of the village and a chronicle of the old times before the war. It was some time before he could get into the regular track of gossip, or could be made to comprehend the strange events that had taken place during his torpor. How that there had been a revolutionary war, that the country had thrown off the yoke of old England, and that, instead of being a subject of His Majesty George III, he was now a free citizen of the United States. Rip, in fact, was no politician. The changes of states and empires made but little impression on him. But there was one species of despotism under which he had long groaned, and that was petticoat government. Happily, that was at an end. He had got his neck out of the yoke of matrimony, and could go in and out whenever he pleased without dreading the tyranny of Dame Van Winkle. Whenever her name was mentioned, however, he shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and cast up his eyes, which might pass either for an expression of resignation to his fate or joy at his deliverance. He used to tell his story to every stranger that arrived at Mr. Doolittle's hotel. He was observed at first to vary on some points every time he told it, which was doubtless owing to his having so recently awakened. It at last settled down precisely to the tale I have related, and not a man, woman, or child in the neighborhood but knew it by heart. Some always pretended to doubt the reality of it, and insisted that Rip had been out of his head, and that this was one point on which he always remained flighty. The old Dutch inhabitants, however, always universally gave it full credit. Even to this day, they never heard a thunderstorm of a summer afternoon about the Catskill that they say Hedrick Hudson and his crew are at their game of ninepins. And it is a common wish of all henpecked husbands in the neighborhood, when life hangs heavy on their heads, that they might have a quieting draught out of Rip Van Winkle's flagon. Note: the foregoing tale, one would suspect, had been suggested to Mr. Knickerbocker by a little German superstition about the Emperor Frederick der Rothbart and the Kaiphauser Mountain. The subjoined note, however, which he had appended to the tale, shows that it is an absolute fact narrated with his visual fidelity. The story of Rip Van Winkle may seem incredible to many, but nevertheless I give it my full belief, for I know the vicinity of our old Dutch settlements to have been very subject to marvelous events and appearances. Indeed, I have heard many stranger stories than this in the villages along the Hudson, all of which were too well authenticated to admit of a doubt. I have even talked with Rip Van Winkle myself, who, when I last saw him, was a very venerable old man, and so perfectly rational and consistent on every other point that I think no conscientious person could refuse to take this into the bargain. Nay, I have seen a certificate on the subject, taken before a country justice and signed with a cross in the justice's own handwriting. The story, therefore, is beyond the possibility of doubt. D.K. Postscript. The following are traveling notes from a memorandum book of Mr. Knickerbocker. The Cattsburg, or Catskill Mountains, have always been a region full of fable. The Indians considered them the abode of spirits who influenced the weather, spreading sunshine or clouds over the landscape and sending good or bad hunting seasons. They were ruled by an old squaw spirit said to be their mother. She dwelt on the highest pack of the Catskills and had charge of the doors of day and night to open and shut them at the proper hour. She hung up the new moons in the skies and cut up the old ones into stars. In times of drought, if properly propitiated, she would spin light summer clouds out of cobwebs and morning dew, and send them off from the crest of the mountain, flake after flake, like flakes of carded cotton, to float in the air until, dissolved by the heat of the sun, they would fall in gentle showers, causing the grass to spring, the fruits to ripen, and the corn to grow an inch an hour. If displeased, however, she would brew up clouds black as ink, sitting in the midst of them like a bottle-bellied spider in the midst of its web, and when these clouds broke, woe betide the valleys. In old times, say the Indian traditions, there was a kind of Manitou or spirit who kept about the wildest recesses of the Catskill Mountains and took a mischievous pleasure in wreaking all kinds of evils and vexations upon the red man. Sometimes he would assume the form of a bear, a panther, or a deer, lead the bewildered hunter a weary chase through the tangled forest and among ragged rocks, and then spring off with a loud "Ho! Ho!" leaving him aghast on the brink of a beetling precipice or raging torrent. The favorite abode of this Manitou is still shown. It is a great rock or cliff on the loneliest part of the mountain, and from the flowering vines which clamber about it and the wild flowers which abound in its neighborhood, is known by the name of the Garden Rock. Near the foot of it is a small lake, the haunt of a solitary bittern, with water snakes basking in the sun on the leaves of the pond lilies which lie on the surface. This place was held in great awe by the Indians, insomuch that the boldest hunter who had lost his way penetrated to the garden rock, where he beheld a number of gourds placed in the crotches of trees. One of these he seized and made off with, but in the hurry of his retreat he let it fall among the rocks, when a great stream gushed forth, which washed him away and swept him down precipices, where he was dashed to pieces, and the steam made its way to the Hudson, and continues to flow to the present day, being the identical stream known by the name of the Cantor's Kill. The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County by Mark Twain. In compliance with the request of a friend of mine, who wrote me from the East, I called on good-natured, garrulous old Simon Wheeler and inquired after my friend's friend, Leonidas W. Smiley, as requested to do, and I hereunto append the result. I have a lurking suspicion that Leonidas W. Smiley is a myth, that my friend never knew such a personage, and that he only conjectured that if I asked old Wheeler about him, it would remind him of the infamous Jim Smiley, and he would go to work and bore me nearly to death with some infernal reminiscence of him as long and tedious as it should be useless to me. If that was the design, it certainly succeeded. I found Simon Wheeler dozing comfortably by the barroom stove of the old dilapidated tavern in the ancient mining camp of Angels, and I noticed that he was fat and bald-headed and had an expression of winning gentleness and simplicity upon his tranquil countenance. He roused up and gave me a good day. I told a friend of mine had commissioned me to make some inquiries about a cherished companion of his boyhood named Leonidas W. Smiley, Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, a young minister of the gospel who he had heard was at one time a resident of Angel's Camp. I added that if Mr. Wheeler could tell me anything about this Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, I would feel under many obligations to him. Simon Wheeler backed me into a corner and blockaded me there with his chair, and there set me down and reeled off the monotonous narrative which follows this paragraph. He never smiled, he never frowned. He never changed his voice from the gentle flowing key to which he tuned the initial sentence. He never betrayed the slightest suspicion of enthusiasm. But all through the interminable narrative there ran a vein of impressive earnestness and sincerity, which showed me plainly that, so far from his imagining that there was anything ridiculous or funny about this story, he regarded it as a really important matter, and admitted its two heroes as men of transcendent genius in finesse. To me, the spectacle of a man drifting serenely along through such a queer yarn without ever smiling was exquisitely absurd. As I said before, I asked him to tell me what he knew of Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, and he replied as follows. I let him go on in his own way and never interrupted him once. There was a feller here once by the name of Jim Smiley in the winter of '49, or maybe it was the spring of '59. I don't recollect exactly. Somehow, though, what makes me think it was one of the first came to the camp. But anyway, he was the curiousest man about always betting on anything that turned up you ever see, if he could get anybody to bet on the other side. And if he couldn't, he'd change sides. Anyway, what suited the other man would suit him. Anyway, just so's he's got a bet, he was satisfied. But still he was lucky, uncommon lucky. He most always come out winner. He was always ready and layin' for a chance, but there couldn't be no solitary thing mentioned but that feller'd offer to bet on it, and take any side you please, as I was telling you. If there was a horse race, you'd find him flush, or you'd find him busted at the end of it. If there was a dog fight, he'd bet on it. If there was a cat fight, he'd bet on it. If there was a chicken fight, he'd bet on it. Why, if there was two birds settin' on a fence, he would bet you which one would fly first. Or if there was a camp meeting, he would be there reg'lar to bet on Parson Walker, which he judged to be the best exhorter 'bout here, and so he was, too, a good man. If he ever seen a straddle-bug start to go anywheres, he would bet on how long it would take him to get there, wherever he was goin' to. And if you took him up, he would foller that straddle-bug to Mexico, but what he would find out where he was bound and for how long he was on the road. Lots of boys here had seen that Smiley and can tell you about him. Why, it never made no difference to him. He would bet on anything, the dangdest feller. Parson Walker's wife laid very sick once, for a while, and it seemed as if they warn't going to save her. But one morning he came in, and Smiley asked how she was. And he said she was considerable better, thank the Lord his infant mercy, and coming on so smart that, with the blessing of Providence, she'd get well yet. And Smiley, before he thought, says, "Well, I'll risk you 2.5 that she don't anyway." This year Smiley had a mare. The boys called her the 15-minute nag, but that was only in fun, you know, because of course she was faster than that. And he used to win money on that horse. For all she was so slow and always had the asthma or the distemper or the consumption or something of that kind, they used to give her 200 or 300 yards start and then pass her under way. But always at the fag end of the race, she'd get excited and desperate-like and come cavorting and straddling and scattering her legs around limber, sometimes in the air and sometimes out to one side amongst the fences, and kick up more dust and raising more racket with her coughing and sneezing and blowing her nose, and always fetch up at the stand just about a neck ahead, as near as you could cipher it down. And he had a little small bull pup that to look at him you'd think he warn't worth a cent, but to set around and look ornery and lay for a chance to steal something. But as soon as money was up on him, he was a different dog. His under jaw began to stick out like the forecastle on a steamboat, and his teeth would uncover and shine savage like the furnaces. And a dog might tackle him and bullyrag him and bite him and throw him over his shoulder 2 or 3 times, and Andrew Jackson, which was the name of the pup, Andrew Jackson would never let on but he was satisfied and hadn't expected nothing else. And the bets being doubled and doubled on the other side all the time till the money was all up, and then all of a sudden he would grab that other dog just by the jint of the hind leg and freeze to it. Not claw, you understand, but only just grab and hang on till they throwed up the sponge, if it was a year. Smiley always come out winner on that pup, till he harnessed a dog once that didn't have no hind legs, because they'd been sawed off by a circular saw. And when the thing had gone along far enough, and the money was all up, and he'd come to make the snatch for his pet Holt, he saw in a minute how he'd been imposed upon, and how the other dog had him in the door, so to speak. And he 'peared surprised, and then he looked sorter discouraged like and didn't try no more to win the fight. And so he got shucked out bad. He give Smiley a look as much to say his heart was broken, and it was his fault for putting up a dog that hadn't no hind legs for him to take hold of, which was his main dependence in a fight. And then he limped off a piece and laid down and died. It was a good pup, was that Andrew Jackson, and would have made a name for himself if he'd lived, for the stuff was in him, and he had genius. I know it, because he hadn't no opportunities to speak of, and it don't stand to reason that a dog could make such a fight as he could under them circumstances if he hadn't no talent. It always makes me feel sorry to think of that last fight of his'n and the way it turned out. Well, this year Smiley had rat terriers and chicken cocks and tomcats and all them kinds of things, till you couldn't rest and you couldn't fetch nothing for him to bet on but he'd match you. He catched a frog one day and took him home and said he calculated to educate him. And so he never done nothing for these 3 months but set in his backyard and learn that frog to jump. And you bet he did learn him, too. He'd give him a little punch behind, and the next minute you'd see that frog whirling in the air like a donut. See him turn one somerset, or maybe a couple, if he got a good start, and he'd come down flat-footed and all right, like a cat. He got him up so in the matter of catching flies and kept him in practice so constant that he'd mail a fly every time as far as he could see him. Smiley said all a frog wanted was education, and he could do most anything, and I believe him. Why, I've seen him set Dan'l Webster down here on the floor — Dan'l Webster was the name of the frog — and sing out, "Flies, Dan'l, flies!" And quicker'n you could wink, he'd spring straight up and snake a fly off'n the counter there, and flop down on the floor again as solid as a gob of mud, and fall to scratching the side of his head with his hind foot as indifferent as if he hadn't no idea he's been doing anything more'n any frog might do. You never see a frog so modest and straightforward as he was, for all he was so gifted. And when it come to fair and square jumping on the dead level, he could get over more ground at one straddle than any animal of his breed you ever see. Jumping on a dead level was his strong suit, you understand, and when it come to that, Smiley would ante up money on him as long as he had a red. Smiley was monstrous proud of his frog, and well he might be, for fellers that had traveled and been everywhere all said he laid over any frog that ever they see. Well, Smiley kept the beast in a little lattice box, and he used to fetch him downtown sometimes and lay for a bet. One day a feller, a stranger in the camp he was, come across him with his box and says, "What might it be that you've got in your box?" And Smiley says, sorter indifferent like, "It might be a parrot, or it might be a canary, maybe, but it ain't. It's only just a frog." And the feller took it and looked at it careful and turned it round this way and that and says, "So 'tis. Well, what's he good for?" "Well," Smiley says, easy and careless, "he's good enough for one thing, I should judge. He can out-jump any frog in Calaveras County." The feller took the box again and took another long, particular look and gave it back to Smiley and says, very deliberate, "Well, I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's any better'n any other frog." "Maybe you don't," Smiley says. "Maybe you understand frogs, and maybe you don't understand 'em. Maybe you've had experience, and maybe you ain't only an amateur, as it were. Anyways, I've got my opinion, and I'll risk $40 that he can out-jump any frog in Calaveras County." And the feller studied a minute, and then says kinder sad-like, "Well, I'm only a stranger here, and I ain't got no frog, but if I had a frog, I'd bet you." And then Smiley says, "That's all right, that's all right. If you'll hold my box a minute, I'll go get you a frog." And so the feller took the box and put up his $40 along with Smiley's and sat down to wait. So he sat there a good while thinking and thinking to hisself. And then he got the frog out and prized his mouth open and took a teaspoon and filled him full of quail shot, filled him pretty near up to his chin, and set him on the floor. Smiley, he went to the swamp and slopped around in the mud for a while, and finally he catched a frog and fetched him in and give him to the feller and says, "Now, if you're ready, set him alongside of Dan'l, with his forepaws just even with Dan'l, and I'll give the word." Then he says, "1, 2, 3, jump!" And him and the feller touched up the frogs from behind, and the new frog hopped off, but Dan'l give a heave and hoisted up his shoulders, so, like a Frenchman, but it wasn't no use. He couldn't budge. He was planted as solid as an anvil, and he couldn't no more stir than if he was anchored out. Smiley was a good deal surprised, and he was disgusted, too, but he didn't have no idea what the matter was, of course. The feller took the money and started away, and when he was going out the door, he sorter jerked his thumb over his shoulder this way at Dan'l, and says again, very deliberate, "Well, I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's any better'n any other frog." Smiley, he stood scratching his head and looking down at Dan'l a long time, and at last he says, "I do wonder what in the nation that frog throwed off for. I wonder if there ain't something the matter with him. He 'pears to look mighty baggy, somehow." And he catched Dan'l up by the nape of the neck and lifted him up and says, "Why, blame my cats, if he don't weigh 5 pounds, and turned him upside down, and he belched out a double handful of shot. And then he see how it was, and he was the maddest man, and he set that frog down and took out after that feller, but he never catched him." And here Simon Wheeler heard his name called from the front yard, and he got up to see what was wanted. And turning to me as he woved away, he said, "Just set where you are, stranger, and rest easy. I ain't going to be gone a second." But by your leave, I did not think that a continuation of the history of the enterprising vagabond Jim Smiley would be likely to afford me much information concerning the Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, and so I started away. At the door, I met the sociable Wheeler returning, and he buttonholed me, and he recommenced. "Well, this here Smiley had a yeller one-eyed cow that didn't have no tail, only just a short stump like a banana, and—" "Oh, hang Smiley and his afflicted cow," I muttered good-naturedly, and bidding the old gentleman good day, I departed. The Real Thing by Henry James. Part 1. When the porter's wife, she used to answer the house bell, announced, "A gentleman, with a lady, sir," I had, as I often had in those days, for the wish was father to the thought, an immediate vision of sitters. Sitters my visitors in this case proved to be, but not in the sense I should have preferred. However, there was nothing at first to indicate they might not have come for a portrait. The gentleman, a man of 50, very high and very straight, with a mustache slightly grizzled, and a dark gray walking coat admirably fitted, both of which I noted professionally. I don't mean as a barber or yet as a tailor. Would have struck me as a celebrity if celebrities often were striking. It was a truth of which I had for some time been conscious, that a figure with a good deal of frontage was, as one might say, almost never a public institution. A glance at the lady helped to remind me of this paradoxical law. She also looked too distinguished to be a personality. Moreover, one would scarcely come across two variations together. Neither of the pair spoke immediately. They only prolonged the preliminary gaze which suggested that each wished to give the other a chance. They were visibly shy. They stood there letting me take them in, which, as I afterward perceived, was the most practical thing they could have done. In this way, their embarrassment served their cause. I had seen people painfully reluctant to mention that they desired something so gross as to be represented on canvas, but the scruples of my new friends appeared almost insurmountable. Yet the gentleman might have said, "I should like a portrait of my wife," and the lady might have said, "I should like a portrait of my husband." Perhaps they were not husband and wife. This naturally would make the matter more delicate. Perhaps they wished to be done together, in which case they ought to have brought a third person to break the news. "We come from Mr. Rivet," the lady said at last, with a dim smile, which had the effect of a moist sponge passed over a sunk piece of painting, as well as of a vague allusion to vanished beauty. She was as tall and straight, in her degree, as her companion, and with 10 years less to carry. She looked as sad as a woman could look whose face was not charged with expression. That is, her tinted oval mask showed friction as an exposed surface shows it. The hand of time had played over her freely, but only to simplify. She was slim and stiff, and so well dressed in dark blue cloth with lappets and pockets and buttons that it was clear she employed the same tailor as her husband. The couple had an indefinable air of prosperous thrift. They evidently got a good deal of luxury for their money. If I was to be one of their luxuries, it would behoove me to consider my terms. "Ah, Claude Rivet recommended me," I inquired, and I added that it was very kind of him, though I could reflect that as he only painted landscape, this was not a sacrifice. The lady looked very hard at the gentleman, and the gentleman looked round the room. Then, staring at the floor a moment and stroking his mustache, he rested his pleasant eyes on me and remarked, "He said you were the right one." "I try to be when people want to sit." "Yes, we should like to," said the lady anxiously. "Do you mean together?" My visitors exchanged a glance. "If you could do anything with me, I suppose it would be double," the gentleman stammered. "Oh, yes, there's naturally a higher charge for 2 figures than for 1. "We would like to make it pay," the husband confessed. "That's very good of you," I returned, appreciating so unwonted a sympathy, for I supposed he meant pay the artist. A sense of strangeness seemed to dawn on the lady. "We mean for the illustrations. Mr. Rivet said you might put one in." "Put one in? An illustration?" I was equally confused. "Sketch her off, you know," said the gentleman, coloring. It was only then that I understood the service Claude Rivet had rendered me. He had told them that I worked in black and white, for magazines, for storybooks, for sketches of contemporary life, and consequently had frequent employment for models. These things were true, but it was not less true, I may confess it now, whether because the aspiration was to lead to everything or to nothing, I leave the reader to guess, that I couldn't get the honors, to say nothing of the emoluments of a great painter of portraits, out of my head. My illustrations were my pot-boilers. I looked to a different branch of art, far and away the most interesting it had always seemed to me, to perpetuate my fame. There was no shame in looking to it also to make my fortune, but that fortune was by so much further from being made from the moment my visitors wished to be done for nothing. I was disappointed, for in the pictorial sense I had immediately seen them. I had seized their type. I had already settled what I would do with it. Something that wouldn't absolutely have pleased them, I afterwards reflected. "Ah, you're, I began, as soon as I had mastered my surprise. I couldn't bring out the dingy word models. It seemed to fit the case so little. "We haven't had much practice," said the lady. "We've got to do something, and we've thought that an artist in your line might perhaps make something of us," her husband threw off. He further mentioned that they didn't know many artists and that they had gone first on the off chance. He painted views, of course, but sometimes put in figures, perhaps I remembered, to Mr. Rivet, whom they had met a few years before at a place in Norfolk where he was sketching. "We used to sketch a little ourselves," the lady hinted. "It's very awkward, but we absolutely must do something," her husband went on. "Of course, we're not so very young," she admitted with a wan smile. With the remark that I might as well know something more about them, the husband had handed me a card extracted from a neat new pocketbook. Their appurtenances were all the freshest, and inscribed with the words, "Major Monarch." Impressive as these words were, they didn't carry my knowledge any further, but my visitors presently added, "I've left the army, and we've had the misfortune to lose our money. In fact, our means are dreadfully small." "It's an awful bore," said Mrs. Monarch. They evidently wished to be discreet, to take care not to swagger because they were gentlefolks. I perceived they would have been willing to recognize this as something of a drawback. At the same time that I guessed at an underlying sense, their consolation in adversity, that they had their points. They certainly had, but these advantages struck me as preponderantly social, such, for instance, as would help to make a drawing room look well. However, a drawing room was always, or ought to be, a picture. In consequence to his wife's allusion to their age, Major Monarch observed, "Naturally, it's more for the figure that we thought of going in. We can still hold ourselves up." On the instant I saw that the figure was indeed their strong point. This naturally didn't sound vain, but it lighted up the question. "She has got the best," he continued, nodding at his wife, with a pleasant after-dinner absence of circumlocution. I could only reply, as if we were, in fact, sitting over our wine, that this didn't prevent his own from being very good, which led him in turn to rejoin. "We thought that if you ever have to do people like us, we might be something like it. She particularly. For a lady in a book, you know." I was so amused by them, to get more of it, I did my best to take their point of view. And though it was an embarrassment to find myself appraising physically, as if they were animals on hire or useful blacks, a pair of whom I should have expected to meet only in one of the relations in which criticism is tacit, I looked at Mrs. Monarch judiciously enough to be able to exclaim, after a moment, with conviction, "Oh yes, a lady in a book." She was singularly like a bad illustration. "We'll stand up if you like," said the Major, and he raised himself before me with a really grand air. I could take his measure at a glance. He was 6'2" and a perfect gentleman. It would have paid any club in process of formation, in want of a stamp, to engage him at a salary to stand in the principal window. What struck me immediately was that in coming to me they had rather missed their vocation. They could surely have been turned to better account for advertising purposes. I couldn't, of course, see the thing in detail, but I could see them making someone's fortune. I don't mean their own. There was something in them for a waistcoat maker, a hotel keeper, or a soap vendor. I could imagine, we always use it, pinned on their bosoms with the greatest effect. I had a vision of the promptitude with which they would launch a table d'hôte. Mrs. Monarch sat still, not from pride but from shyness, and presently her husband said to her, "Get up, my dear, and show how smart you are." She obeyed, but she had no need to get up and show it. She walked to the end of the studio, and then she came back blushing, with her fluttered eyes on her husband. I was reminded of an incident I had accidentally had a glimpse of in Paris. Being with a friend there, a dramatist about to produce a play, when an actress came to him and asked to be entrusted with a part. She went through the paces before him, walked up and down as Mrs. Monarch was doing. Mrs. Monarch did it quite as well, but I abstained from applauding. It was very odd to see such people apply for such poor pay. She looked as if she had 10,000 a year. Her husband had used the word to describe her. She was, in the London current jargon, essentially and typically smart. Her figure was in the same order of ideas, conspicuously and irreproachably good. For a woman of her age, her waist was surprisingly small. Her elbow, moreover, had the orthodox crook. She held her head at the conventional angle, but why did she come to me? She ought to have tried on jackets at a big shop. I feared my visitors were not only destitute, but artistic, which would be a great complication. When she sat down again, I thanked her, observing that what a draftsman might value in his model was the faculty of keeping quiet. "Oh, she can keep quiet," said Major Monarch, and then he added jocosely, "I've always kept her quiet." "I'm not a nasty fidget, am I?" Mrs. Monarch appealed to her husband. He addressed his answer to me. "Perhaps it isn't out of place to mention, because we ought to be quite businesslike, oughtn't we, that when I married her, she was known as the beautiful statue." "Oh dear," said Mrs. Monarch ruefully. "Of course I should want a certain amount of expression," I rejoined. "Of course," they both exclaimed. "And then I suppose you know that you'll get awfully tired." "Oh, we never get tired," they eagerly cried. "Have you had any kind of practice?" They hesitated. They looked at each other. "We've been photographed immensely," said Mrs. Monarch. "She means the fellows have asked us," added the Major. "I see, because you're so good-looking." "I don't know what they thought, but they were always after us." "We always got our photographs for nothing," smiled Mrs. Monarch. "We might have brought some, my dear," her husband remarked. "I'm not sure we have any left. We've given quantities away," she explained to me. "With our autographs and that sort of thing," said the Major. "Are they to be got in shops?" I inquired, as a harmless pleasantry. "Oh, yes. Hers. They used to be." "Not now," said Mrs. Monarch with her eyes on the floor. Part 2. I could fancy the sort of thing they put on presentation copies of their photographs, and I was sure they wrote a beautiful hand. It was odd how quickly I was sure of everything that concerned them. If they were now so poor as to have to earn shillings and pence, they never had had much of a margin. Their good looks had been their capital, and they had good-naturedly made the most of a career that this resource marked out for them. It was in their faces, the blankness, the deep intellectual repose of the 20 years of country house visiting that had given them pleasant intonations. I could see the sunny drawing rooms, sprinkled with periodicals she didn't read, in which Mrs. Monarch had continuously sat. I could see the wet shrubberies in which she had walked, equipped to admiration for their exercise. I could see the rich covers the Major had helped to shoot, and the wonderful garments in which, late at night, he repaired to the smoking room to talk about them. I could imagine their leggings and waterproofs, their knowing tweeds and rugs, their rolls of sticks and cases of tackle and neat umbrellas. I could evoke the exact appearance of their servants and the compact variety of their luggage on the platforms of country stations. They gave small tips, but they were liked. They didn't do anything themselves, but they were welcomed. They looked so well everywhere. They gratified the general relish for stature, complexion, and form. They knew it without fatuity or vulgarity, and they respected themselves in consequence. They were not superficial. They were thorough and kept themselves up. It had been their line. People with such a taste for activity had to have some line. I could feel how, even in a dull house, they could be counted on for cheerfulness. At present, something had happened. It didn't matter what. Their little income had grown less. It had grown least. And they had to do something for pocket money. Their friends liked them, but didn't like to support them. There was something about them that represented credit, their clothes, their manners, their type. But if credit is a large empty pocket in which an occasional chink reverberates, the chink at least must be audible. What they wanted of me was to help to make it so. Fortunately, they had no children. I soon divined that. They would also, perhaps, wish our relations to be kept secret. This was why it was for the figure. The reproduction of the face would betray them. I liked them. They were so simple, and I had no objection to them if they would sit. But somehow, with all their perfections, I didn't easily believe them. After all, they were amateurs, and the ruling passion of my life was the detestation of the amateur. Combined with this was another perversity, an innate preference for the represented subject over the real one. The defect of the real one was so apt to be a lack of representation. I liked things that appeared, then one was sure. Whether they were or not was a subordinate and almost always a profitless question. There were other considerations, the first of which was that I already had 2 or 3 people in use, notably a young person with big feet in alpaca from Kilburn, who for a couple of years had come to me regularly for my illustrations and for which I was still, perhaps ignobly, satisfied. I frankly explained to my visitors how the case stood, but they had taken more precautions than I suppose. They had reasoned out their opportunity, for Claude Rivet had told them of the projected édition de luxe of one of the writers of our day, the rarest of the novelists, who, long neglected by the multitudinous vulgar and dearly prized by the attentive, need I mention Philip Vincent, had had the happy fortune of seeing, late in life, the dawn and then the full light of a higher criticism, an estimate in which, on the part of the public, there was something really of expiation. The edition in question, planned by a publisher of taste, was practically an act of high reparation. The woodcuts with which it was to be enriched were the homage of English art to one of the most independent representatives of English letters. Major and Mrs. Monarch confessed to me had hoped that I might be able to work them into my share of the enterprise. They knew I was to do the first of the books, Rutland Ramsay, but I had to make clear to them that any participation in the rest of the affair, this book was to be a test, was to depend on the satisfaction I should give. If this should be limited, my employers would drop me without a scruple. It was therefore a crisis for me, and naturally I was making special preparation, looking about for new people, if they should be necessary, and securing the best types. I admitted, however, that I should like to settle down on 2 or 3 good models who would do for everything. Should we have often to put on special clothes? Mrs. Murdoch timidly demanded. Yes, dear, that's half the business. And should we be expected to supply our own costumes? Oh, no. I've got a lot of things. A painter's models put on, or put off, anything he likes. And do you mean, the same? The same? Mrs. Monarch looked at her husband again. Oh, she was just wondering, he explained, if the costumes are in general use. I had to confess that they were, and I mentioned further that some of them, I had a lot of genuine, greasy last-century things, had served their time 100 years ago on living, world-stained men and women. We'll put on anything that fits, said the Major. Oh, I arranged that. They fit in the pictures. I'm afraid I should do better for the modern books. I would come as you like, said Mrs. Monarch. She has got a lot of clothes at home. They might do for contemporary life, her husband continued. Oh, I can fancy scenes in which you'd be quite natural. Indeed, I could see the slipshod rearrangements of state properties, the stories I tried to reproduce pictures for without the exasperation of reading them. Those sandy tracks, the good lady might help to people. But I had to return to the fact that for this sort of work, the daily mechanical grind, I was already equipped. The people I was working with were fully adequate. We only thought we might be more like some characters, said Mrs. Murdoch mildly, getting up. Her husband also rose. He stood looking at me with a dim wistfulness that was touching in so fine a man. Wouldn't it be rather a pull sometimes to have. He hung fire. He wanted me to help him by phrasing what he meant, but I couldn't. I didn't know. So he brought it out awkwardly. The real thing? A gentleman, you know, or a lady? I was quite ready to give a general assent. I admitted that there was a great deal in that. This encouraged Major Monarch to say, following up his appeal with an unacted gulp, It's awfully hard. We've tried everything. The gulp was communicative. It proved too much for his wife. Before I knew it, Mrs. Monarch had dropped again on the divan and burst into tears. Her husband sat down beside her, holding one of her hands, whereupon she quickly dried her eyes with the other, while I felt embarrassed as she looked up at me. There isn't a confounded job I haven't applied for, waited for, prayed for. You can fancy we'd be pretty bad at first, secretaryships and that sort of thing. You might as well ask for a peerage. I'd be anything. I'm strong, a messenger or a coal heaver. I'd put on a gold lace cap and open carriage doors in front of the haberdashers. I'd hang about a station to carry portmanteau. I'd be a postman. But they won't look at you. There are thousands, as good as yourself, already on the ground. Gentlemen, poor beggars, who have drunk their wine, who have kept their hunters. I was as reassuring as I knew how to be, and my visitors were presently on their feet again while, for the experiment, we agreed on an hour. We were discussing it when the door opened and Miss Churm came in with a wet umbrella. Miss Churm had to take the omnibus to Maida Street and then walk half a mile. She looked a trifle blowsy and slightly splashed. I scarcely ever saw her come in without thinking afresh how odd it was that, being so little in herself, she should yet be so much in others. She was a meager little Miss Churm, but she was an ample heroine of romance. She was only a freckled cockney, but she could represent anything from a fine lady to a shepherdess. She had the faculty, as she might have had a fine voice or long hair. She couldn't spell, she loved beer, but she had 2 or 3 points, and practice, and a knack, and mother wit, and a kind of whimsical sensibility, and a love of the theater, and 7 sisters, and not an ounce of respect, especially for the H. The first thing my visitors saw was that her umbrella was wet, and in their spotless perfection they visibly winced at it. The rain had come on since their arrival. "I'm all in a soak. There was a mess of people in the bus." "I wish you lived near a station," said Miss Churn. I requested her to get ready as quickly as possible, and she passed into the room in which she always changed her dress. But before going out, she asked me what she was getting into this time. "It's the Russian princess, don't you know?" I answered. "The one with the golden eyes in black velvet, for the long thing in the cheap side." "Golden eyes? I say!" cried Miss Churn, while my companions watched her with intensity as she withdrew. She always arranged herself when she was late before I could turn around, and I kept my visitors a little on purpose so that they might get an idea from seeing her what would be expected of themselves. I mentioned that she was quite my notion of an excellent model. She was really very clever. "Do you think she looks like a Russian princess?" Major Monarch asked with a lurking alarm. "When I make her, yes." "Oh, if you have to make her," he reasoned acutely. "That's the most you can ask. There are so many that are not makeable." "Well, now, here's a lady," and with a persuasive smile he passed his arm into his wife's, "who's already made." "Oh, I'm not a Russian princess," Mrs. Monarch protested, a little coldly. I could see that she had known some and didn't like them. There, immediately, was a complication of the kind I never had to fear from Miss Churn. This young lady came back in black velvet. The gown was rather rusty and very low on her lean shoulders, and with a Japanese fan in her hands. I reminded her that in the scene I was doing, she had to look over someone's head. I forget whose it is, but it doesn't matter. Just look over a head. "I'd rather look over a stove," said Miss Churn, and she took her station near the fire. She fell into position, settled herself into a tall attitude, gave a certain backward inclination to her head and a certain forward drop to her fan, and looked, at least to my prejudiced sense, distinguished and charming, foreign and dangerous. We left her looking so, while I went downstairs with Major and Mrs. Monarch. "I think I could come about as near it as that," said Mrs. Monarch. "Oh, you think she's shabby? But you must allow for the alchemy of art." However, they went off with an evident increase of comfort, founded on their demonstrable advantage of being the real thing. I could fancy them shuddering over Miss Churn. She was very droll about them when I went back, for I told her what they wanted. "Well, if she can sit, I'll take to bookkeeping," said the model. "She's very ladylike," I replied in an innocent form of aggravation. "So much the worse for you. That means she can't turn around." "She'll do for the fashionable novels." "Oh, yes, she'll do for them," my model humorously declared. "Ain't they bad enough without her?" I had often sociably denounced them to Miss Churn. Part 3. It was for the elucidation of a mystery in one of these works that I first tried Mrs. Monarch. Her husband came with her, to be useful if necessary. It was sufficiently clear that as a general thing he would prefer to come with her. At first I wondered if this were for propriety's sake. if he were going to be jealous and meddling. The idea was too tiresome, and if it had been confirmed, it would speedily have brought our acquaintance to a close. But I soon saw there was nothing in it, and that if he accompanied Mrs. Monarch, it was, in addition to the chance of being wanted, simply because he had nothing else to do. When she was away from him, his occupation was gone. She never had been away from him. I judged rightly that in their awkward situation, their close union was their main comfort, and that this union had no weak spots. It was a real marriage, an encouragement for the hesitating, a nut for pessimists to crack. Their address was humble. I remembered afterward thinking it had been the only thing about them that was really professional. And I could fancy the lamentable lodgings in which the Major would have been left alone. He could bear them with his wife, but he couldn't bear them without her. He had too much tact to try to make himself agreeable when he couldn't be useful, so he simply sat and waited, when I was too absorbed in my work to talk. But I liked to make him talk. It made my work, when it didn't interrupt it, less sordid, less special. To listen to him was to combine the excitement of going out with the economy of staying at home. There was only one hindrance, that I seemed not to know any of the people he and his wife had known. I think he wondered extremely, during the term of our intercourse, who the deuce I did know. He hadn't a stray sixpence of an idea to fumble for, so he didn't spin it very fine. We confined ourselves to questions of leather and even of liquor, saddlers and breeches makers and how to get a good claret cheap, and matters like good trains and the habits of small game. His lore on these last subjects was astonishing. He managed to interweave the station master with the ornithologist. When he couldn't talk about greater things, he would talk cheerfully about smaller, and when I couldn't accompany him into reminiscences of the fashionable world, he could lower the conversation without a visible effort to my level. So earnest a desire to please was touching in a man who could so easily have knocked one down. He looked after the fire and had an opinion on the draught of the stove without my asking him, and I could see that he thought many of my arrangements not half clever enough. I remembered telling him that if I were only rich, I would offer him a salary to come and teach me how to live. Sometimes he gave me a random sight of which the essence was, "Give me even such a bare old barracks as this, and I'll do something with it." When I wanted to use him, he came alone, which was an illustration of the superior courage of women. His wife could bear her solitary second floor, and she was, in general, more discreet, showing by various small reserves that she was alive to the propriety of keeping our relations markedly professional, not letting them slide into sociability. She wished it to remain clear that she and the Major were employed, not cultivated, and if she approved of me as a superior who could be kept in his place, she never thought of me quite good enough for an equal. She sat with great intensity, giving the whole of her mind to it, and was capable of remaining for an hour almost as motionless as if she were before a photographer's lens. I could see she had been photographed often, but somehow the very habit that made her good for that purpose unfitted her for mine. At first, I was extremely pleased with her ladylike air, and it was a satisfaction, on coming to follow her lines, to see how good they were and how far they could lead a pencil. But after a few times, I began to find her too insurmountably stiff. Do what I would with it, my drawing looked like a photograph or a copy of a photograph. Her figure had no variety of expression. She herself had no sense of variety. You may say that this was my business, was only a question of placing her. I placed her in every conceivable position, but she managed to obliterate their differences. She was always a lady, certainly, and into the bargain was always the same lady. She was the real thing, but always the same thing. There were moments when I was oppressed by the serenity of her confidence that she was the real thing. All her dealings with me and all her husbands were an implication that this was lucky for me. Meanwhile, I found myself trying to invent types that approached her own, instead of making her own transform itself, in the clever way that was not impossible, for instance, to poor Miss Cherm. Arrange as I would and take the precautions I would, she always in my pictures came out too tall, landing me in the dilemma of having represented a fascinating woman as 7 feet high, which, out of respect perhaps to my own very much scantier inches, was far from my idea of such a personage. The case was worse with the Major. Nothing I could do would keep him down, so that he became useful only for the representations of brawny giants. I adored variety and range. I cherished human accidents, the illustrative note. I wanted to characterize closely, and the thing in the world I most hated was the danger of being ridden by a type. I had quarreled with some of my friends about it. I had parted company with them for maintaining that one had to be, or that if the type was beautiful, witness Raphael and Leonardo, the servitude was only a gain. I was neither Leonardo nor Raphael. I might only be a presumptuous young modern searcher, but I held that everything was to be sacrificed sooner than character. When they averred that the haunting type in question could easily be character, I retorted, perhaps superficially, whose? It couldn't be everybody's. It might end in being nobody's. After I had drawn Mrs. Monarch a dozen times, I perceived more clearly than before that the value of such a model as Miss Churn resided precisely in the fact that she had no positive stamp, combined, of course, with the other fact that what she did have was a curious and inexplicable talent for imitation. Her usual appearance was like a curtain, which she could draw up at a request for a capital performance. This performance was simply suggestive, but it was a word to the wise. It was vivid and pretty. Sometimes even, I thought it, though she was plain herself, too insipidly pretty. I made it a reproach to her that the figures drawn from her were monotonously, bêtement, as we used to say, graceful. Nothing made her more angry. It was so much her pride to feel that she could sit for characters that had nothing in common with each other. She would accuse me at such times of taking away her reputation. It suffered a certain shrinkage, this queer quality, from the repeated visits of my new friends. Miss Cherm was greatly in demand, never in want of employment, so I had no scruple in putting her off occasionally to try them more at my ease. It was certainly amusing at first to do the real thing. It was amusing to do Major Monarch's trousers. They were the real thing, even if he did come out colossal. It was amusing to do his wife's black hair. It was so mathematically neat, and the particular smart tension of her tight stays. She lent herself especially to positions in which the face was somewhat averted or blurred. She abounded in ladylike back views and profils perdus. When she stood erect, she took naturally one of the attitudes in which court painters represent queens and princesses, so that I found myself wondering whether to draw out this accomplishment. I couldn't get the editor of the Cheapsake to publish a really royal romance, A Tale of Buckingham Palace. Sometimes, however, the real thing and the make-believe came into contact, by which I mean that Miss Cherm, keeping an appointment or coming to make one on days when I had much work at hand, encountered her invidious rivals. The encounter was not on their part, for they noticed her no more than if she had been a housemaid. Not from intentional loftiness, but simply because, as yet, professionally, they didn't know how to fraternize, as I could guess that they would have liked, or at least that the Major would. They couldn't talk about the omnibus. They always walked, and they didn't know what else to try. She wasn't interested in good trains and cheap claret. Besides, they must have felt, in the air, that she was amused at them, secretly derisive of their ever-knowing how. She was not a person to conceal her skepticism if she had had a chance to show it. On the other hand, Mrs. Murdoch didn't think her tidy. For why else did she take pains to say to me, it was going out of the way for Mrs. Monarch, that she didn't like dirty women? One day when my young lady happened to be present with my other sitters, she even dropped in when it was convenient for a chat, I asked her to be as good as to lend a hand in getting tea, a service with which she was familiar and which was one of a class that, living as I did in a small way with slender domestic resources, I often appeal to my models to render. They liked to lay hands on my property, to break the sitting and sometimes the china. I made them feel bohemian. The next time I saw Miss Cherm after the incident, she surprised me greatly by making a scene about it. She accused me of having wished to humiliate her. She had not resented the outrage at the time, but had seemed obliging and amused, enjoying the comedy of asking Mrs. Monarch, who sat vague and silent, whether she would have cream or sugar, and putting an exaggerated simper into the question. She had tried intonations as if she too wished to pass for the real thing, till I was afraid my other visitors would take offense. Oh, they were determined not to do this, and their touching patience was the measure of their great need. They would sit by the hour, uncomplaining, till I was ready to use them. They would come back on the chance of being wanted and would walk away cheerfully if they were not. I used to go to the door with them to see in what magnificent order they retreated. I tried to find other employment for them. I introduced them to several artists, but they didn't take, for reasons I could appreciate, and I became conscious rather anxiously that after such disappointments they fell back upon me with a heavier weight. They did me the honor to think that it was I who was most their form. They were not picturesque enough for the painters, and in those days there were not so many serious workers in black and white. Besides, they had an eye to the great job I had mentioned to them. They had secretly set their hearts on supplying the right essence for my pictorial vindication of our fine novelist. They knew that for this undertaking I should want no costume effects, none of the frippery of past ages, that it was a case in which everything would be contemporary and satirical and presumably genteel. If I could work them into it, their future would be assured, for the labor would of course be long and the occupation steady. One day Mrs. Monarch came without her husband. She explained his absence by his having had to go to the city. While she sat there in her usual anxious stiffness, there came at the door a knock, which I immediately recognized as the subdued appeal of a model out of work. It was followed by the entrance of a young man whom I easily perceived to be a foreigner and who proved in fact an Italian acquainted with no English word but my name, which he uttered in a way that made it seem to include all others. I had not then visited his country, nor was I proficient in his tongue, but as he was not so meanly constituted, what Italian is, as to depend only on that member for expression, he conveyed to me in familiar but graceful mimicry that he was in search of exactly the employment in which the lady before me was engaged. I was not struck with him at first, and while I continued to draw, I emitted rough sounds of discouragement and dismissal. He stood his ground, however, not importunately, with a dumb, dog-like fidelity in his eyes which amounted to innocent impudence, the manner of a devoted servant. He might have been in the house for years, unjustly suspected. Suddenly I saw that this very attitude and expression made a picture, whereupon I told him to sit down and wait till I should be free. There was another picture in the way he obeyed me, and I observed as I worked that there were others still in the way he looked wonderingly, with his head thrown back, about the high studio. He might have been crossing himself in St. Peter's. Before I finished, I said to myself, "The fellow's a bankrupt orange-monger, but he's a treasure." When Mrs. Murdoch withdrew, he passed across the room like a flash to open the door for her, standing there with the rapt, pure gaze of the young Dante spellbound by the young Beatrice. As I never insisted in such situations on the blankness of the British domestic, I reflected that he had the making of a servant, and I needed one, but couldn't pay him to be only that, as well as of a model. In short, I made up my mind to adopt my bright adventurer if he would agree to officiate in the double capacity. He jumped at my offer, and in the event my rashness, for I had known nothing about him, was not brought home to me, he proved a sympathetic though a desultory ministrant, and had in a wonderful degree a sentiment de la pose. It was uncultivated, instinctive, a part of the happy instinct which had guided him to my door and helped him spell out my name on the card nailed to it. He had no other introduction to me than a guess from the shape of my high north window seen outside that my place was a studio, and that as a studio it would contain an artist. He had wandered to England in search of fortune, like other itinerants, and had embarked with a partner in a small green hand-cart on the sale of penny ices. The ices had melted away, and the partner had dissolved in their train. My young man wore tight yellow trousers with reddish stripes, and his name was Arante. He was sallow but fair, and when I put him into some old clothes of my own, he looked like an Englishman. He was as good as Miss Cherm, who could look, when required, like an Italian. Part 4. I thought Mrs. Monarch's face slightly convulsed when, on her coming back with her husband, she found Arante installed. It was strange to have to recognize in a scrap of a Lazzarone a competitor to her magnificent major. It was she who scented danger first, for the major was anecdotally unconscious. But Arante gave us tea, with 100 eager confusions. He had never seen such a queer process, and I think she thought better of me for having at last an establishment. They saw a couple of drawings that I had made of the establishment, and Mrs. Monarch hinted that it never would have struck her that he had sat for them. Now the drawings you make of us, they look exactly like us, she reminded me, smiling in triumph. and I recognized that this was indeed just their defect. When I drew the monarchs, I couldn't somehow get away from them, get into the character I wanted to represent, and I had not the least desire my model should be discoverable in my picture. Miss Cherm never was, and Mrs. Murdoch thought I hid her very properly because she was vulgar, whereas if she was lost, it was only as the dead who go to heaven are lost, and the gain of an angel the more. By this time, I had got a certain start with Rutland Ramsay, the first novel of the great projected series. That is, I had produced a dozen drawings, several with the help of the Major and his wife, and I had sent them in for approval. My understanding with the publishers, as I have already hinted, had been that I was to be left to do my work in this particular case as I liked, with the whole book committed to me. But my connection with the rest of the series was only contingent. There were moments when, frankly, it was a comfort to have the real thing under one's hand, for there were characters in Rutland Ramsay that were very much like it. There were people presumably as straight as the Major, and women of as good a fashion as Mrs. Monarch. There was a great deal of country house life, treated, it is true, in a fine, fanciful, ironical, generalized way, and there was a considerable implication of knickerbockers and kilts. There were certain things I had to settle at the outset. Such things, for instance, as the exact appearance of the hero, the particular bloom of the heroine. The author, of course, gave me a lead, but there was a margin for interpretation. I took the monarchs into my confidence. I told them frankly what I was about. I mentioned my embarrassments and alternatives. "Oh, take him," Mrs. Murdoch murmured sweetly, looking at her husband, and "What could you want better than my wife?" the Major inquired, with the comfortable candor that now prevailed between us. I was not obliged to answer these remarks. I was only obliged to place my sitters. I was not easy in mind, and I postponed, a little timidly perhaps, the solution to the question. The book was a large canvas. The other figures were numerous, and I worked off at first some of the episodes in which the hero and the heroine were not concerned. When once I had set them up, I should have to stick to them. I couldn't make my young man 7 feet high in one place and 5 feet 9 in another. I inclined on the whole to the latter measurements, though the Major more than once reminded me that he looked about as young as anyone. It was indeed quite impossible to arrange him for the figure so that it would have been difficult to detect his age. After the spontaneous Orante had been with me a month, and after I had given him to understand several different times that his native exuberance would presently constitute an insurmountable barrier in our further intercourse, I walked to a sense of his heroic capacity. He was only 5 feet 7, but the remaining inches were latent. I tried him almost secretly at first, for I was really rather afraid of the judgment my other models would pass on such a choice. If they regarded Miss Cherm as little better than a snare, what would they think of the representation by a person so little the real thing as an Italian street vendor of a protagonist formed by a public school? If I went a little in fear of them, it was not because they bullied me because they had got an oppressive foothold, but because in their really pathetic decorum and mysteriously permanent nudeness, they counted on me so intensely. I was therefore very glad when Jack Hawley came home. He was always of such good counsel. He painted badly himself, but there was no one like him for putting his finger on the place. He had been absent from England for a year, He had been somewhere, I don't remember where, to get a fresh eye. I was in a good deal of dread of any such organ, but we were old friends. He had been away for months, and a sense of emptiness was creeping into my life. I hadn't dodged a missile for a year. He came back with a fresh eye, but with the same old black velvet blouse, and the first evening we spent in my studio, we smoked cigarettes till the small hours. He had done no work himself. He had only got the eye. So the field was clear for the production of my little things. He wanted to see what I had done for the cheap side, but he was disappointed in the exhibition. That at least seemed the meaning of 2 or 3 comprehensive groans which, as he lounged on my big divan on a folded leg, looking at my latest drawings, issued from his lips with the smoke of the cigarette. "What's the matter with you?" "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing, save that I'm mystified." "You are indeed. You're quite off the hinge. What's the meaning of this new fad?" And he tossed me with visible irreverence a drawing in which I happened to have depicted both my majestic models. I asked him if he didn't think it good, and he replied that it struck him as execrable, given the sort of thing I had always represented myself to him as wishing to arrive at. But I let that pass. I was so anxious to see exactly what he meant. The 2 figures in the picture looked colossal, but I suppose this was not what he meant, inasmuch as, for aught he knew to the contrary, I might have been trying for that. I maintained that I was working exactly in the same way as when he last had done me the honor to commend me. "Well, there's a big hole somewhere," he answered. "Wait a bit, and I'll discover it." I depended on him to do so. Where else was the fresh eye? But he produced at last nothing more luminous than, "I don't know. I don't like your types." This was lame for a critic who had never consented to discuss with me anything but the question of execution, the direction of strokes, and the mystery of values. "In the drawings you've been looking at, I think my types are very handsome." "Oh, they won't do." "I've had a couple of new models." "I see you have. They won't do." "Are you very sure of that?" "Absolutely. They're stupid." "You mean I am, for I ought to get round that." "You can't with such people. Who are they?" I told him, as far as was necessary, and he declared heartlessly, "Ce sont des sens qu'il faut mettre à la porte." "You've never seen them. They're awfully good," I compassionately objected. "Not seen them? Why, all this recent work of yours drops to pieces with them. It's all I want to see of them." No one else has said anything against it. The Cheapside people are pleased. Everyone else is an ass, and the Cheapside people are the biggest asses of all. Come, don't pretend at this time of day to have pretty illusions about the public, especially about publishers and editors. It's not for such animals you work. It's for those who know. Collaro che sano. So keep straight for me if you can't keep straight for yourself. There's a certain sort of thing you tried for from the first, and a very good thing it is. But this twaddle isn't in it. When I talked with Hawley later about Rutland Ramsay and its possible successors, he declared that I must get back into my boat again, or I would go to the bottom. His voice, in short, was the voice of warning. I noted the warning. but I didn't turn my friends out of doors. They bored me a good deal, but the very fact that they bored me admonished me not to sacrifice them, if there was anything to be done with them, simply to irritation. As I look back at this phase, they seem to me to have pervaded my life not a little. I have a vision of them as most of the time in my studio, seated against the wall on an old velvet bench to be out of the way and looking like a pair of patient courtiers in a royal antechamber. I am convinced that during the coldest weeks of the winter, they held their ground because it saved them fire. Their newness was losing its gloss, and it was impossible not to feel that they were objects of charity. Whenever Miss Cherm arrived, they went away, and after I was fairly launched in Rutland Ramsay, Miss Cherm arrived pretty often. They managed to express to me tacitly that they supposed I wanted her for the low life of the book, and I let them suppose it since they had attempted to study the work, it was lying about the studio, without discovering that it dealt only with the highest circles. They had dipped into the most brilliant of our novelists without deciphering any passages. I still took an hour from them now and again, in spite of Jack Hawley's warning. It would be time enough to dismiss them, if dismissal should be necessary, when the rigor of the season was over. Hawley had made their acquaintance. He had met them at my fireside and thought them a ridiculous pair. Learning that he was a painter, they tried to approach him, to show him, too, that they were the real thing. But he looked at them across the big room as if they were miles away. They were a compendium of everything that he most objected to in the social system of his country. Such people as that, all convention and patent leather, with ejaculations that stopped conversation, had no business in a studio. A studio was a place to learn to see, and how could you see through a pair of feather beds? The main inconvenience I suffered at their hands was that, at first, I was shy of letting them discover how my artful little servant had begun to sit for me for Rutland Ramsay. They knew that I had been odd enough. They were prepared by this time to allow oddity to artists, to pick a foreign vagabond out of the streets, when I might have had a person with whiskers and credentials. But it was some time before they learned how high I rated his accomplishments. They found him in an attitude more than once, but they never doubted I was doing him as an organ grinder. There were several things they never guessed, and one of them was that for a striking scene in a novel in which a footman briefly figured, it occurred to me to make use of Major Monarch as the menial. I kept putting this off. I didn't like to ask him to don the livery, besides the difficulty of finding a livery to fit him. At last one day, late in the winter, when I was at work on the despised Orante, he caught one's idea in an instant, and was in the glow of feeling that I was going very straight, they came in, the Major and his wife, with their society laugh about nothing. There was less and less to laugh about, like country callers. They always reminded me of that, who have walked across the park after church and are presently persuaded to stay to luncheon. Luncheon was over, but they could stay to tea. I knew they wanted it. The fit was on me, however, and I couldn't let my ardor cool and my work wait with the fading daylight, while my model prepared it. So I asked Mrs. Monarch if she would mind laying it out, a request which, for an instant, brought all the blood to her face. Her eyes were on her husband for a second, and some mute telegraphy passed between them. Their folly was over the next instant. His cheerful shrewdness put an end to it. So far from pitying their wounded pride, I must add, I was moved to give it as complete a lesson as I could. They bustled about together and got out the cups and saucers and made the kettle boil. I know they felt as if they were waiting on my servant, and when the tea was prepared, I said, "He'll have a cup. Please, he's tired." Mrs. Monarch brought him one where he stood, and he took it from her as if he had been a gentleman at a party, squeezing a crush hat with his elbow. Then it came over me that she had made a great effort for me, made it with a kind of nobleness, and that I owed her a compensation. Each time I saw her after this, I wondered what the compensation could be. I couldn't go on doing the wrong thing to oblige them. Oh, it was the wrong thing, the stamp of the work for which they sat. Holly was not the only person to say it now. I sent in a large number of the drawings I had made for Rutland Ramsay, and I received a warning that was more to the point than Holly's. The artistic advisor of the house for which I was working was of opinion that many of my illustrations were not what had been looked for. Most of these illustrations were the subjects in which the monarchs had figured. Without going into the question of what had been looked for, I saw at this rate I shouldn't get the other books to do. I hurled myself in despair upon Miss Cherm. I put her through all her paces. I not only adopted Arante publicly as my hero, but one morning when the Major looked in to see if I didn't require him to finish a figure for the Cheapside, for which he had begun to sit a week before, I told him that I had changed my mind. I would do the drawing from my man. At this my visitor turned pale and stood looking at me. "Is he your idea of an English gentleman?" he asked. I was disappointed. I was nervous. I wanted to get on with my work. So I replied with irritation, "Oh, my dear Major, I can't be ruined for you." He stood another moment, then, without a word, he quitted the studio. I drew a long breath when he was gone, for I said to myself that I shouldn't see him again. I had not told him definitely that I was in danger of having my work rejected, but I was vexed at his not having felt the catastrophe in the air, read with me the moral of our fruitless collaboration, the lesson that, in the deceptive atmosphere of art, even the highest respectability may fail of being plastic. I didn't owe my friends money, but I did see them again. They reappeared together 3 days later, and under the circumstances there was something tragic in the fact. It was a proof to me that they could find nothing else in life to do. They had threshed the matter out in a dismal conference. They had digested the bad news that they were not in for the series. If they were not useful to me even for the Cheapside, their function seemed difficult to determine, and I could only judge at first that they had come, forgivingly, decorously, to take a last leave. This made me rejoice in secret that I had little leisure for a scene, for I had placed both my other models in position together, and I was pegging away at a drawing from which I hoped to derive glory. It had been suggested by the passage in which Rutland Ramsay, drawing up a chair to Artemisia's piano stool, says extraordinary things to her while she ostensibly fingers out a difficult piece of music. I had done Miss Cherm at the piano before. It was an attitude in which she knew how to take on an absolutely poetic grace. I wished the two figures to compose together, intensely, and my little Italian had entered perfectly into my conception. The pair were vividly before me. The piano had been pulled out. It was a charming picture of blended youth and murmured love, which I had only to catch and keep. My visitors stood and looked at it, and I was friendly to them over my shoulder. They made no response, but I was used to silent company and went on with my work, only a little disconcerted, even though exhilarated by the sense that this was at last the ideal thing, at not having got rid of them after all. Presently I heard Mrs. Monarch's sweet voice beside, or rather above me. I wish her hair was a little better done. I looked up, and she was staring with a strange fixedness at Miss Cherm, whose back was turned to her. "Do you mind my just touching it?" She went on, a question which made me spring up for an instant, as with an instinctive fear that she might do the young lady a harm. But she quieted me with a glance I shall never forget. I confess I should like to have been able to paint that, and went for a moment to my model. She spoke to her softly, laying a hand upon her shoulder and bending over her, and as the girl, understanding, gratefully assented, she disposed her rough curls with a few quick passes in such a way as to make Miss Cherm's face twice as charming. It was one of the most heroic personal services I have ever seen rendered. Then Mrs. Monarch turned away with a low sigh, and looking about her as if for something to do, stooped to the floor with a noble humility and picked up a dirty rag that had dropped out of my paint box. The Major, meanwhile, had been looking for something to do, and, wandering to the other end of the studio, saw before him my breakfast things, neglected, unremoved. "I say, can't I be useful here?" he called out to me with an irrepressible quaver. I assented with a laugh that I fear was awkward, and for the next 10 minutes, while I worked, I heard the light clatter of china and the tinkle of spoons and glasses. Mrs. Monarch assisted her husband. They washed up my crockery, they put it away. They wandered into my little scullery, and I afterwards found that they had cleaned my knives and that my slender stock of plate had an unprecedented surface. When it came over me, the latent eloquence of what they were doing, I confess that my drawing was blurred for a moment. The picture swam. They had accepted their failure, but they couldn't accept their fate. They had bowed their heads in bewilderment to the perverse and cruel law in virtue of which the real thing could be so much less precious than the unreal. But they didn't want to starve. If my servants were my models might be my servants. They would reverse the parts. The others would sit for the ladies and gentlemen, and they would do the work. They would still be in the studio. It was an intense, dumb appeal to me not to turn them out. "Take us on," they wanted to say. "We'll do anything." When all this hung before me, the afflatus vanished. My pencil dropped from my hand. My sitting was spoiled, and I got rid of my sitters, who were also evidently rather mystified and awestruck. Then, alone with the Major and his wife, I had a most uncomfortable moment. He put their prayer into a single sentence. "I say, you know, just let us do for you, can't you?" I couldn't. It was dreadful to see them emptying my slops, but I pretended I would oblige them for about a week. Then I gave them a sum of money to go away, and I never saw them again. I obtained the remaining books, but my friend Hawley repeats that Major and Mrs. Monarch did me a permanent harm, got me into a second-rate trick. If it be true, I am content to have paid the price for the memory. Confessions of a Humorist by O. Henry. There was a painless stage of incubation that lasted 25 years, and then it broke out on me, and people said I was it. But they called it humor instead of measles. The employees in the store bought a silver inkstand for the senior partner on his 50th birthday. We crowded into his private office to present it. I had been selected for spokesman, and I made a little speech that I had been preparing for a week. It made a hit. It was full of puns and epigrams and funny twists that brought down the house, which was a very solid one in the wholesale hardware line. Old Marlowe himself actually grinned, and the employees took their cue and roared. My reputation as a humorist dates from 9:30 on that morning. For weeks afterwards, my fellow clerks fanned the flame of my self-esteem. One by one, they came to me, saying what an awfully clever speech that was, old man, and carefully explained to me the point of each one of my jokes. Gradually, I found that I was expected to keep it up. Others might speak sanely on business matters and the day's topics, but for me, something gamesome and airy was required. I was expected to crack jokes about the crockery and lighten up the graniteware with persiflage. I was second bookkeeper, and if I failed to show up a balance sheet without something comic about the footings, or could find no cause for laughter in an invoice of plows, the other clerks were disappointed. By degrees, my fame spread, and I became a local character. Our town was small enough to make this possible. The daily newspaper quoted me. At social gatherings, I was indispensable. I believe I did possess considerable wit and a facility for quick and spontaneous repartee. This gift I cultivated and improved by practice, and the nature of it was kindly and genial, not running to sarcasm or offending others. People began to smile when they saw me coming, and by the time we had met, I generally had the word ready to broaden the smile into a laugh. I had married early. We had a charming boy of 3 and a girl of 5. Naturally, we lived in a vine-covered cottage and were happy. My salary as a bookkeeper in the hardware concern kept at a distance those ills attendant upon superfluous wealth. At sundry times, I had written out a few jokes and conceits that I considered peculiarly happy, and had sent them to certain periodicals that print such things. All of them had been instantly accepted. Several of the editors had written to request further contributions. One day I received a letter from the editor of a famous weekly publication. He suggested that I submit to him a humorous composition to fill a column of space, hinting that he would make it a regular feature in each issue if the work proved satisfactory. I did so, and at the end of 2 weeks he offered to make a contract with me for a year at a figure that was considerably higher than the amount paid by the hardware firm. I was filled with delight. My wife already crowned me in her mind with the imperishable evergreens of literary success. We had lobster croquettes and a bottle of blackberry wine for supper that night. Here was the chance to liberate myself from drudgery. I talked over the matter very seriously with Louisa. We agreed that I must resign my place at the store and devote myself to humor. I resigned. My fellow clerks gave me a farewell banquet. The speech I made there corsicated. It was printed in full in the Gazette. The next morning I awoke and looked at the clock. "Late, by George!" I exclaimed, and grabbed for my clothes. Louisa reminded me that I was no longer a slave to hardware and contractors' supplies. I was now a professional humorist. After breakfast, she proudly led me to a little room off the kitchen. Dear girl. There was my table and chair, writing pad, ink, and pipe tray, and all the author's trappings, the celery stand full of fresh roses and honeysuckle, last year's calendar on the wall, the dictionary, and a little bag of chocolates to nibble between inspirations. Dear girl. I set me to work. The wallpaper is patterned with arabesques or odalisques, or perhaps it's trapezoids. Upon one of the figures I fixed my eyes. I bethought me of humor. A voice startled me, Louisa's voice. If you aren't too busy, dear, it said, come to dinner. I looked at my watch. Yes, 5 hours had been gathered by the grim Sithman. I went to dinner. You mustn't work too hard at first, said Louisa. Goethe, or was it Napoleon, said 5 hours a day is enough for mental labor. Couldn't you take me and the children to the woods this afternoon? I am a little tired, I admitted, so we went to the woods. But I soon got the swing of it. Within a month, I was turning out copy as regular as shipments of hardware, and I had success. My column in the weekly made some stir, and I was referred to in a gossipy way by the critics as something fresh in the line of humorists. I augmented my income considerably by contributing to other publications. I picked up the tricks of the trade. I could take a funny idea and make a 2-line joke of it, earning $1. With false whiskers on it, it would serve up cold as a quatrain, doubling its producing value. By turning the skirt and adding a ruffle of rhyme, you would hardly recognize it as vers de société, with neatly shod feet and a fashion plate illustration. I began to save up money, and we had new carpets and a parlor organ. My townspeople began to look upon me as a citizen of some consequence instead of the merry trifler I had been when I clerked at the hardware store. After 5 or 6 months, the spontaneity seemed to depart from my humor. Quips and droll sayings no longer fell carelessly from my lips. I was sometimes hard run for material. I found myself listening to catch available ideas from the conversation of my friends. Sometimes I chewed my pencil and gazed at the wallpaper for hours, trying to build up some gay little bubble of unstudied fun. And then I became a harpy, a Moloch, a Jonah, a vampire to my acquaintances. Anxious, haggard, greedy, I stood among them like a veritable killjoy. Let a bright sang, a witty comparison, a piquant phrase fall from their lips, and I was after it like a hound springing upon a bone. I dare not trust my memory, but turning aside, quiltily and meanly, I would make a note of it on my ever-present memorandum book or upon my cuff for my own future use. My friends regarded me in sorrow and wonder. I was not the same man. Where once I had furnished them with entertainment and jollity, I now preyed upon them. No jets from me ever bid for their smiles now. They were too precious. I could not afford to dispense gratuitously the means of my livelihood. I was a lugubrious fox, praising and singing of my friends, the crows, that they might drop from their beaks the morsels of wit that I coveted. Nearly every one of them began to avoid me. I even forgot how to smile, not even paying that much for the sayings I appropriated. No persons, places, times, or subjects were exempt from my plundering in search of material. Even in church, my demoralized fancy went hunting among the solemn aisles and pillars for spoil. Did the minister give out the long-meter doxology, at once I began. Doxology, sockdology, sockdologer, meter, Meet her. The sermon ran through my mental sieve, its precepts filtering unheeded. Could I but glean a suggestion of a pun or a bon mot, the solemnest anthems of the choir were but an accompaniment to my thoughts, as I conceived new changes to ring upon the ancient comicalities concerning the jealousies of soprano, tenor, and basso. My own home became a hunting ground. My wife is a singularly feminine creature, candid, sympathetic, and impulsive. Once her conversation was my delight, and her ideas a source of unfailing pleasure. Now I worked her. She was a gold mine of those amusing but lovable inconsistencies that distinguish the female mind. I began to market those pearls of unwisdom and humor that should have enriched only the sacred precincts of our home. With devilish cunning, I encouraged her to talk. Unsuspecting, she laid her heart bare. Upon the cold, conspicuous, common printed page, I offered it to the public gaze. A literary Judas, I kissed her and betrayed her. For pieces of silver, I dressed her sweet confidences in the pantalettes and frills of folly and made them dance in the marketplace. Dear Louisa, of nights I have been over her cruel as a wolf above a tender lamb, hearkening even to her soft words murmured in sleep, hoping to catch an idea for the next day's grind. There is worse to come. God help me. Next my fangs were buried deep in the necks of the fugitive sayings of my little children. Guy and Viola were two bright fountains of childish, quaint thoughts and speeches. I found a ready sale for this kind of humor and was furnishing a regular department in a magazine with funny fancies of childhood. I began to stalk them as an Indian stalks the antelope. I would hide behind the sofas and doors, or crawl on my hands and knees among the bushes in the yard to eavesdrop while they were at play. I had all the qualities of a harpy, except remorse. Once, when I was barren of ideas and my copy must leave in the next mail, I covered myself in a pile of autumn leaves in the yard where I knew they intended to come to play. I cannot bring myself to believe that Guy was aware of my hiding place, but even if he was, I would be loath to blame him for his setting fire to the leaves, causing the destruction of my new suit of clothes and nearly cremating a parent. Soon my own children began to shun me as a pest. Often, when I was creeping upon them like a melancholy ghoul, I would hear them say to each other, "Here comes Papa," and they would gather their toys and scurry away to some safer hiding place. Miserable wretch that I was. And yet I was doing well financially. Before the first year had passed, I had saved $1,000, and we had lived in comfort. But at what cost? I'm not quite clear as to what a pariah is, but I was everything that it sounds like. I had no friends, no amusements, no enjoyment of life. The happiness of my family had been sacrificed. I was a bee sucking sordid honey from life's fairest flowers, dreaded and shunned on account of my sting. One day a man spoke to me with a pleasant and friendly smile. Not in months had the thing happened. I was passing the undertaking establishment of Peter Heffelbauer. Peter stood at the door and saluted me. I stopped strangely wrung in my heart at his greeting. He asked me inside. The day was chill and rainy. We went into the back room where a fire burned in a little stove. A customer came, and Peter left me alone for a while. Presently, I felt a new feeling stealing over me, a sense of beautiful calm and content. I looked around the place. There were rows of shining rosewood caskets, black palls, trestles, horse plumes, mourning streamers, all the paraphernalia of the solemn trade. Here was peace, order, silence, the abode of grave and dignified reflections. Here, on the brink of life, was a little niche pervaded by the spirit of eternal rest. When I entered it, the follies of the world abandoned me at the door. I felt no inclination to wrest a humorous idea from these somber and stately trappings. My mind seemed to stretch itself to grateful repose upon a couch draped with gentle thoughts. A quarter of an hour ago, I was an abandoned humorist. Now I was a philosopher, full of serenity and ease. I had found a refuge from humor, from the hot chase of the shy quip, from the degrading pursuit of the panting joke, from the restless reach after the nimble repartee. I had not known Heffelbauer well. When he came back, I let him talk, fearful that he might prove to be a jarring note in the sweet, dirge-like harmony of his establishment. But no, he chimed truly. I gave a long sigh of happiness. Never have I known a man's talk to be as magnificently dull as Peter's was. Compared with it, the Dead Sea is a geyser. Never a sparkle or a glimmer of wit marred his words. Commonplaces as trite and as plentiful as blackberries flowed from his lips, no more stirring in quality than a last week's tape running from a ticker. Quaking a little, I tried upon him one of my best pointed jokes. It fell back ineffectual, with the point broken. I loved that man from then on. 2 or 3 evenings each week, I would steal down to Heffelbauer's and revel in his back room. That was my only joy. I began to rise early and hurry through my work that I might spend more time in my haven. In no other place could I throw off my habit of extracting humorous ideas from my surroundings. Peter's talk left me no opening, had I besieged it ever so hard. Under this influence, I began to improve in spirits. It was the recreation from one's labor which every man needs. I surprised 1 or 2 of my former friends by throwing them a smile and a cheery word as I passed them on the street. Several times I dumbfounded my family by relaxing long enough to make a jocose remark in their presence. I had so long been ridden by the incubus of humor that I seized my hours of holiday with a schoolboy's zest. My work began to suffer. It was not the pain and burden to me that it had been. I often whistled at my desk and wrote with far more fluency than before. I accomplished my tasks impatiently, as anxious to be off to my helpful retreat as a drunkard is to get to his tavern. My wife had some anxious hours in conjecturing where I spent my afternoons. I thought it best not to tell her. Women do not understand these things. Poor girl, she had one shock out of it. One day I brought home a silver coffin handle for a paperweight and a fine, fluffy hearse plume to dust my papers with. I loved to see them on my desk and think of the beloved back room down at Heffelbauer's. But Louisa found them and shrieked with horror. I had to console her with some lame excuse for having them, but I saw in her eyes that the prejudice was not removed. I had to remove the articles, though, at double-quick time. One day, Peter Heffelbauer laid before me a temptation that swept me off my feet. In his sensible, uninspired way, he showed me his books and explained that his profits and his business were increasing rapidly. He had thought of taking in a partner with some cash. He would rather have me than anyone he knew. When I left his place that afternoon, Peter had my check for the $1,000 that I had in the bank, and I was a partner in his undertaking business. I went home with feelings of delirious joy, mingled with a certain amount of doubt. I was dreading to tell my wife about it, but I walked on air. To give up the writing of humorous stuff, once more to enjoy the apples of life instead of squeezing them to a pulp for a few drops of hard cider to make the public feel funny. What a boon that would be. At the supper table, Louisa handed me some letters that had come during my absence. Several of them contained rejected manuscripts. Ever since I first began going to Heffelbauer's, my stuff had been coming back with alarming frequency. Lately, I had been dashing off my jokes and articles with the greatest fluency. Previously, I had labored like a bricklayer, slowly and with agony. Presently, I opened a letter from the editor of the weekly with which I had a regular contract. The checks for that weekly were still our main dependence. The letter ran thus: Dear Sir, as you are aware, our contract for the year expires with the present month. While regretting the necessity for doing, we must say that we do not care to renew same for the coming year. We were quite pleased with your style of humor, which seemed to have delighted quite a large proportion of our readers. But for the past 2 months, we have noticed a decided falling off in its quality. Your earlier work showed a spontaneous, easy, natural flow of fun and wit. Of late, it is labored, studied, and unconvincing, giving painful evidence of hard toil and dredging mechanism. Again, regretting that we do not consider your contributions available any longer, we are, yours sincerely, the editor. I handed this letter to my wife. After she had read it, her face grew extremely long, and there were tears in her eyes. That mean old thing, she exclaimed indignantly. I'm sure your pieces are just as good as they ever were, and it doesn't take you half as long to write them as it did. And then, I suppose, Louisa thought of the checks that would cease coming. Oh, John, she wailed, what will you do now? For an answer, I got up and began to do a polka step around the supper table. I am sure Louisa thought the trouble had driven me mad, and I think the children hoped it had, for they tore after me, yelling with glee and emulating my steps. I was now something like their old playmate as of yore. The theater for us tonight, I shouted, nothing less, and a late, wild, disreputable supper for all of us at the Palace Restaurant. Lumpty-diddle-dee-dee-dee-dum. And then I explained my glee by declaring that I was now a partner in a prosperous undertaking establishment, and that written jokes might go hide their heads in sackcloth and ashes for all me. With the editor's letter in her hand to justify the deed I had done, my wife could advance no objection save a few mild ones based on the feminine inability to appreciate a good thing such as the little back room at of Heffelbauer and Company's undertaking establishment. In conclusion, I will say that today you will find no man in our town as well liked, as jovial, and full of merry sayings as I. My jokes are again noised about and quoted. Once more, I take pleasure in my wife's confidential chatter without a mercenary thought, while Guy and Viola play at my feet, distributing gems of childish humor without the fear of the ghastly tormentor who used to dog their steps, notebook in hand. Our business has prospered finely. I keep the books and look after the shop, while Peter attends to outside matters. He says that my levity and high spirits would simply turn any funeral into a regular Irish wake. Read by Beverly Nichols.